news?
Is it
Tragedy? He's fine.
No.
Is it because it's Pat Boone's birthday?
No. It hasn't been fined since
Can
2020.
you take that out of my head? I can't. Thank you.
Hasn't been fined since 2020. Little
What?
Richard died on this day of bone cancer at the age of 87.
Now, the Georgia Peach, Little Richard, as he called himself. But the Pat Boone version is really the better version. Have you got that handy? The Pat Boone doing Tutti Frutti.
No, it's not the same thing at all.
It's the better version, really.
No,
when you hear it, you'll go,
no.
oh, okay. I think you'll see what I mean.
No.
See, isn't that
It
better?
has the benefit of being non-threatening.
It's, so there's a whole bunch of stuff about Tutti Frutti and Little Richard. It says, was Little Richard happy that Pat Boone covered his song Tutti Frutti?
I hope not.
And it says it was very irritating to Little Richard that Pat Boone covered several of his songs. In addition to Tutti Frutti, Pat covered Long Tall Sally, Good Golly Miss Molly, and Rip It Up.
Back off, Pat Boone.
But
Jeez.
it was well, Pat Boone's still alive, okay? There, that'll tell you something, won't it? He lives a good, clean life, unlike Little Richard, who died at 80 years old.
87.
87. And then you might wonder, so what is all this Tutti Frutti? What does this mean?
Mm-hmm.
I never stopped to think about it much, but it says here, of course, in Italian, Tutti Frutti means all fruits. And it says, it is clear that Little Richard had envisioned certain fruit-shaped girls while doing this song.
Fruit-shaped girls?
Fruit-shaped girls. That's what it says.
I'm not sure what fruit shape I would be. If
Oh, I am.
watermelon?
I'm not going to say, but
There was also a tragedy over the weekend. Terry, I just emailed you.
Well, I'm
what?
not happy about this.
You're not?
No.
You're not happy about I thought
What's
you
the-
would be happy about
What
it.
is it?
I'm waiting for him to...
All right.
What is it, Gina?
Well,
There we go.
Okay, let's all wait.
2, 3, go! All the girls all get pretty.
Mickey Gilley.
Who's in
Mickey
town?
Gilley.
Oh, it's Mickey Gilley. Yeah.
I'm not happy about this at all.
Why?
Why?
He was on my Deadpool list for years, and I took him off this year
That always happens.
because I went, oh, Mickey's not moving.
But the first thoughts I had of Mickey Gilley dying was I went immediately to buckwheat. Is what
Buckwheat?
looking
Oh,
Penobin.
looking for love in all the wrong places. Not
I
even
had-
in his top 5 here, it says.
Really?
I had no thoughts about Mickey Gilley, other than I knew who it was,
This next
and I'm
song-
glad that it didn't raise any thoughts in my
Next song,
mind.
probably the most popular song in the
'Cause
film.
I don't have room for Mickey Gilley.
No room for Mickey
No.
Gilley?
Oh, so I'm home again, by the way. You guys know that.
Yeah.
But perhaps people listening don't know. Hi, I'm Bill. I'm home still. We actually have a picture. I took a home COVID test yesterday. And we have a picture of it if Katie will put it up there. Now, when you look at a COVID test, one of these home COVID tests, it's if only the C line has under the C it has a line. then you're-
Under the sea.
Oh, there's a control.
Then
That's
you-
the control
yeah,
line.
and so you're negative. If that's the only thing that shows up.
Mm-hmm.
But then it says, if something shows up in what is it, T? The T, no matter how faint.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the first time I
There
did
we
one of these tests 2 weeks ago, it was bold, and there was a
Yeah.
big, bright, bold line
Yeah.
there. And I almost thought, oh, good, I'm done. But as I looked at it closer and closer, and you can see,
Mm-hmm.
there's a very faint line there which says I still am positive for COVID.
What was your first date of how long are we?
Oh, I'd have to look at the calendar. I could do it real quick. So it was not last weekend. The weekend was. This has been 2 weeks. 2 weeks, I think.
And how's everybody else in your house?
Much sicker.
Much sicker.
Much sicker.
Yes.
Sicker than they were last week?
No, sicker
Oh.
than I am.
Oh, okay.
My daughter is. She's getting, but my wife is still just coughing and coughing. So I don't know with that line being that faint. I think that means that I'm pretty close to being, done shedding anything. And I've been going out a little bit with a mask on, of course, and that's okay. But
Well,
in the
luckily-
studio, I'd have to take my mask off.
And Carrie and I are like, you stay home, please.
Yep. I'll wait. I didn't. I actually was just really hoping I would be there today, but I looked at that and said, no, I better wait until I can't see nothing.
Yep.
So I'm supposed to have lunch with Mayor Mendenhall tomorrow.
Don't do that.
I think I may have
Do
to
not
cancel.
do that.
I think I may have.
Pass on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get a hold of her and say I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we have to stop your liberal elite cabal
Yeah, that's right.
for a moment. But
He's trying to rope me into some liberal scheme, I'm sure.
yes, indeed, something to get at our children. Or
That's
something,
right.
All right.
That's right. Well,
Well, let's begin.
Well,
Okay.
and I probably need to do a
Oh yes,
a
a little
traffic.
traffic here because we got some
oh yeah, right now.
issues.
Yeah, what is it?
So there were two issues around Parish Lane. Both northbound and southbound I-15 were affected with different things. There was a down power line. There was an overturned box truck. Now it looks like they have reopened, northbound I-15. This is about 5th West and Bountiful. Southbound remains closed at Parish Lane in Centerville. They're saying to use US 89 or Legacy Parkway between Park Lane and Farmington and 5th South and Bountiful. The other direction is probably going to be closed for quite a while. We also have a crash northbound I-215 approaching the 45th South exit in Holiday. Vehicles are on the right shoulder. And a crash westbound Park Lane at the southbound I-15 ramps in Farmington. 2 left lanes closed, adding to the delays from commuters that are choosing Park Lane as their alternate because I-15 southbound is closed.
Yeah.
That area
Wow.
is a mess.
Yeah.
And because it's a down power line, probably will be a mess
For a while.
for a while. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
All right.
Check-ins at 877-602-9696. Let's start off the week saying hi to each other, shall we? You can check in with us just to give us a little touchstone, a little hello, give us a little what you're doing and how your weekend was. 877-602-9696 is the number to call, or you could text us. It's 33986.
All right. So Wendy's for breakfast. You want to avoid that traffic on the highway and the freeway.
Yeah.
Just pull over. Just pull over and be late. Stop to yourself at Wendy's is what you need to do, because the hot honey chicken sandwich is back. Yes, the wonderfulness of the bold new hot honey sauce drizzled over a Wendy's signature spicy chicken fillet, and a healthy portion of the Applewood smoked bacon there. And, of course, it doesn't stop there. You got the melty pepper jack on top of that. And then, just to make a chef's kiss, the tangy, crunchy dill chips. So you get all the textures, all the flavors, all in one sandwich. Now, you can get it for breakfast on a warm buttermilk biscuit, the Wendy's buttermilk biscuit, during breakfast hours. But you can also get it for lunch and for dinner. So get to Wendy's and taste the sweet, sweet heat for yourself. The new hot honey chicken sandwich or biscuit at breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hot honey chicken biscuit is available only during breakfast hours.
Real Alternative is back. X90.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said I'm right at. He said, "Can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind, if I bring him in for a minute." Just he wanted to say hi.
Well,
Okay.
is it safe? I mean,
Well, can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't
him.
see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's
no,
that's
is
Chainsaw
that your
Guy
house?
at my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Here, let me-
Hi,
there.
Chainsaw Guy.
There. I bet he's been. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know,
Well,
people have been calling me all the time about, they say, "Hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do?" And I say, "Well, you just get a chainsaw." You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger.
Do you
As a
have your
one-legged
chainsaw?
tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I
Because
do
I
or
have a
not.
question for you.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask your question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, that's pretty simple. All you do is you do it first, and you get your away. And then you take a higher cloud, and then you wear the cover. And now the way you breathe, and you come around with the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get in them, and then you grab it down, and you get it out there, and you say, "Shut and then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy,
important.
I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
It's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Well,
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said, now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because see, Gina, before they were saying we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick or treating. But now
Now
they had
we're
to
gonna
walk
back
that
off.
back. They had to walk that back a little.
He didn't kill his wife.
I don't care.
No.
I don't care.
No, he didn't.
It's one of the best lines in a movie ever.
Well, when Tommy Lee
Yeah,
Jones.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I'm tracking him. I don't care.
All right. Check. The sooner we get this started, the sooner we can get this over with. So
All
let's
right,
go.
and I know everybody would really be happy for that, so let's do it. And then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Love to hear from you this morning, or you can text us 33986. Oh, Gina.
Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
The moon is about half full now. We'll have a full moon on May 15th. The moon will rise today at 1:25 p.m. Today being Monday, it's the 9th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christus, 2022. And now, faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, look up in the sky. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's radio from hell.
Okay.
God, that's great, isn't
Wait,
it?
it's a bird and a plane?
It's a bird,
Yeah.
it's a
Which
plane,
is it?
It's a bird plane?
They're very different.
It's all three of those things at once. It's Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer. She's keeping things moving smoothly, and we have Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out as well.
All right. Let's see. 877-602-9696. If you have a mind to check in, just like Catherine did. Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Catherine, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Not too bad. What's up with you?
I just got off work, so I'm driving home. Really looking forward to digging into one of my breakfast burritos.
Digging into a breakfast burrito.
That sounds wonderful.
Tuck right in there.
Yeah.
You got tater tots in that breakfast burrito?
Not tater tots. I use hash browns.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
All right.
That's good. That's good.
What sort of job are you leaving right now?
I do data entry for USPS.
When are you going to have a beverage with that burrito?
I have some leftover soda from drinking that all night. So that's probably all I'm going to have.
Leftover soda.
Leftover. Okay. Well, because this is your time of day. You could theoretically have a beer or a coffee.
That's true. This is your supper time.
Yeah. So theoretically.
Sometimes I have a shot of tequila before bed.
Okay, there
Well,
you
there
go.
you go.
A little-
All right.
I call that sleepy time tea.
That's just some medicine. That's what that is.
Or
Yeah. Well, thanks, Catherine. Thanks for checking in with us.
Enjoy your burrito.
I'm hoping to.
Enjoy your burrito.
See you later.
Burrito.
Burrito.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Johnny B checking in and listening while I avoid the I-15 cluster in Farmington. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, it's the emergency crews have opened up one right lane southbound 15 at Parish Lane. Traffic's still backed up 2 miles into Farmington. Take US 89 or Legacy Parkway. It's still a better option to try to get to downtown Salt Lake. But two separate incidents in that same area have caused massive slowdowns. If Davis County is part of your commute this morning, it might be an issue for a while, including for Johnny B, unfortunately.
All right. Let's see. That sounds like a punk movie review. Breakfast burrito and leftover soda.
Oh, it does, actually.
Have a breakfast burrito, leftover soda. Crafty Lindsay checking in from Austin, Texas, with my sweet husband, here to film a lacrosse championship tournament.
Film it.
Film it, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, all right.
Is that enough?
It's never enough.
It's going to have to be.
Teacher Emily
okay.
needs extra coffee this morning.
Oh, okay. Get some. Don't ask me for. I can't help you.
We're stuck here.
Just leave the board and go and.
I could run some coffee.
No, you don't want to do that.
All right.
Because once we set a precedent, once
Yeah.
we start getting coffee for all the listeners, then they're all going to
We
expect
just
it.
encourage them to go to Mill Creek Coffee on their own.
Yeah. All right.
As I did this morning.
Can I mention this too? Just because there's lots of issues this morning.
Yes.
There's a front runner alert. Expected delay of 15 to 30 minutes northbound and southbound from Ogden to Provo and all points in between. This is due to a UTA power outage. Now, I don't know if this is due to, so part of what the incident was up there at Parish Lane was a power line went down. So I'm guessing this is all connected. So if you thought, well, I'm not going to drive today, I'll take front runner. That'll be the way. You're still going to be like 30 minutes late that way. So
It all funnels through that one corridor, don't it?
Yeah.
All right.
we'll be keeping an eye on that for you all morning long.
I don't even have to do words.
No,
to
I know what you're doing.
make the impression of Tib. Don't have to say a word.
The market.
Markets. Oh, the markets. All right. That's traffic and everything there. Okay. All right. Well, we will take a break. We'll be back. Big boy news and opinioendo and very important sports on the way. Stand by for all of that after these.
Carrie, you're close, closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
Yes.
You're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now. You're
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame,
Yes.
they've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those baby dolls that have been around forever. It's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's why that was
Okay.
of note.
and then Jenga. Now that's a game,
Mm-hmm.
so I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's I
a
mean,
toy,
you don't necessarily. I mean, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And that dates back to
Mm-hmm. Hopscotch.
even further. I mean, further caveman times. I mean,
That's.
Oh,
Ugh, one sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo,
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
not yet.
Huh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love
didn't
Briar
make the-
horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright, Masters of the Universe,
yes.
My Little Pony, Risk. There's
Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
Oh, He-Man.
Skeletor,
I'm
is
not
that
in
what
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry, Tamagotchi, and Yahtzee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So-
Briar horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like, the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
Don't you want to go dig them up?
yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses,
Seabiscuit,
or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr.
you
Red.
could get. Yeah,
Flicka,
or they were just breeds. Like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes,
Palomino,
yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with. Oh, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
No, they're
so you could drive
horses.
them around. Well, yeah, but you want to be able to
No, you do. Like.
pretend that they're galloping.
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes those were special ones, but they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be in there,
Obvious, yeah.
should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these. Let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball in a cup? Is Ball in a cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did like 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books,
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and
Wait a
Matchbox
minute.
cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on
don't
the
you
planet right now. So,
But don't you start with, where we started? You
Well,
start with Ball in a Cup and bingo.
Well,
I
and
agree with you. I
Coloring
agree with you,
books.
but-
No, I mean, number one, the first place they started was, playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where,
That's number one.
yeah, that's number one.
that should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You saved Magic
yeah.
the Gathering for
Exactly.
several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
All right, 6:35, and it is, we got very important sports here coming up here in about 10 minutes. So before that, Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Electricians, plumbers, and HVAC workers. X3 Tradesman is now hiring. Work for the leading tradesman employment staffing agency, X3 Tradesman. Electricians, plumbers, HVAC workers. Apply now at X. That's the letter X, just the letter. The number 3, tradesman.com.
X is also a number.
Well, I guess it is, but
It's a Roman number. All right, just before we begin the news here officially, just a little tip of the hat going out this morning to the city of New Orleans. They have just been ranked the #1 genital herpes capital of the United
well
States.
done.
So congratulations
Way to go,
to
Nola.
the city of New Orleans. Genital herpes capital of the United States. If you want genital herpes,
that's sure.
go to New Orleans. This is but a little Kevin from the Wonder Years. Really?
Yep.
We don't know what he did, though. They're
Fred
not saying.
Savage has been let go from his roles as executive producer and director of ABC's revived The Wonder Years, which apparently has been getting, some people watching it.
I quite enjoy it. It's really
yeah,
good.
I heard it. Yeah, that's right. I remember you saying it's pretty good. There's been an investigation into some misconduct on his part, The Hollywood Reporter has learned. Savage faced 3 separate allegations and cooperated with the investigation, according to a source with knowledge of the situation. Quote, recently we were made aware of allegations of inappropriate conduct by Fred Savage. Little Kevin from the Wonder Years. And as is policy, an investigation was launched. Wonder Years producer 20th Century Television said in a statement, upon its completion, the decision was made to terminate his employment as an executive producer and director of the Wonder Years. So whatever it was apparently bad enough that they decided you're fired.
It wasn't just a leave of absence or we're going to look into it. It was you're out of here.
This is not the first time
for him?
Right.
for Fred Savage.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Writing for Deadline, Nellie Andriva noted that the details of the nature of the allegations are unclear, but they included verbal outbursts and inappropriate behavior, adding that the entertainment outlet has reached out to Savage's team for comment. A source says that there were 3 separate allegations and that Fred Savage has been cooperating with.
Now, it may not be what you think it is.
What do you mean?
You're thinking sexual, right?
Well, it could
Yeah.
just be anger
It's
issues.
apparently he's got a temper.
Really?
Yeah. The last I read an article in the Hollywood Reporter that said that the last time that this has been brought up was
Little
because
Kevin?
he has a temper
Little Kevin blows up at people.
and was not treating people well.
But it must be bad because that kind of thing happens all the time, doesn't it?
Not so much anymore. I mean, if you have that sort of outburst and you berate people, it's never been acceptable.
Christian Bale gets away with it.
He did, but he doesn't make a practice of it.
I think he does make a practice of it.
I don't
Doesn't he
think
have
that.
a,
No, I don't think that's the
Also,
case.
he's Christian Bale.
Well, Fred Savage is no Christian Bale. Is that what you're saying?
He's no Pablo Cruz either.
And no matter what you feel about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and where you're coming down on all of this is just not called for. It was really a crappy thing, if you'll forgive the pun, to do. Somebody changed Amber Heard's name on her IMDb page. Now, this was didn't last very long. It wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
They changed her name to Amber Turd. Now,
Well, she pooped in the bed on purpose. She deserves that. Poop in a bed on purpose. You're asking for it, I think.
Okay. If you say so. I think that's really not.
Plus it rhymes.
Gina, better be careful because that's the kind of thing will get you investigated and put on leave. So,
You'll be Fred Savaged.
yeah.
My attorney's here. I'm okay.
Just another
I
reminder.
think your attorney would cancel you.
Just another reminder, though, that IMDb is maintained by the internet. It's
Yeah.
not
It's
not
like
by.
Wikipedia.
It's like Wikipedia. You gotta,
Yeah. Cases of COVID are rising again. Infections have increased by more than 50% compared with previous weeks in at least 8 U.S. states. Part of New York parts of New York have moved into a high designation of COVID-19 community level, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The surge in the United States appears to be driven by the variant that's called BA.2.12.1. It's an offshoot of the Omicron variant. So, what should you be doing now that these cases are rising? The CDC and a doctor for the CDC says it seems to be the case that these Omicron variants, there's no evidence that they cause more severe disease, and vaccination and boosters are still the very best form of protection against severe illness. The variants are spread in just the same way. That's airborne stuff for the most part. 90% of it is airborne. And so masks and all of that. There is a theoretical possibility of surface transmission. Pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
But it could happen. But just so then wash your hands and keep your,
Don't
make
touch
sure
your
you,
face.
Yeah, don't touch your faces if you can possibly help it. Again, what the CDC is saying, we should be doing the same kind of precautions that we should have been doing at the beginning of this pandemic. I went to Costco yesterday. A lot of people there. I wore a mask, of course, because of the possibility that I might still be slightly, positive or infected or contagious. That's the word I'm looking for. But it was amazing to me the number of people who weren't masked in any way. And it was funny too. There were people who were masked, and it'd be like one member of the family was wearing a mask, and a couple of others weren't. You could tell they were all the same family, and some of them were wearing masks, and some of them weren't. I couldn't figure that out. Yeah, if you're going to go out, you should do it. In public, you should wear a mask. I don't care whether you have COVID or don't have COVID. You should wear a mask. Yvonne Averett has lived in Tooele County for 20 years, but for the last 8 months, she's been driving by signs every day that just they're making her mad.
What?
These signs don't belong in her community out in Grantsville. I have 4 daughters, she said. Just the exploitation of women every 5 minutes, it's not our community standard.
What?
Residents like Averett are asking for billboards to be taken down that have been up for years. The 3 signs on I-80 in Tooele all advertise the same West Wendover Adult Entertainment Club, Southern Exposure. One of the billboards just says girls, girls, girls in huge letters. For years, all traffic coming into the Tooele Valley got off on exit 99, further up on I-80 ever since the Mid-Valley Highway was finished. Just this last October, local families are now staying on the interstate for another few miles, and they're seeing these signs that they never really paid much attention to. Show Club, girls, 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 your best bet. Ms. Averett is one of many Tooele County residents who have asked their local lawmaker, Representative Merrill Nelson, to do something about the signs. Get them taken down.
It's the rise of Biddy Nation.
Or it's an opportunity to have a conversation with your daughters in the car.
That would mean I have to parent.
You might be able to sell sex and girls in casino in Wendover and Las Vegas, said Nelson, but not in Grantsville. You can't do that in Grantsville. Well, we'll see.
I think the First Amendment would like to have a word.
And you know what those signs mean.
Yeah.
It just says girls, girls, girls.
Yeah.
You know what that means. Your daughters
Yes.
might not know.
Yeah.
Might not look at that and know what that means.
Most people are not going to even pay attention to them.
No.
So. Especially they've been there for years. You don't even see them anymore as you drive by.
Have a conversation with your...
First Lady Jill Biden made an unannounced trip to Ukraine. Spent Mother's Day making the trip, a small city in Ukraine in the southwest corner, at a converted school that now serves as temporary housing for displaced citizens. She met with Ukrainian First Lady Olena Zelenska, who has not been seen in public since the start of the war on February 24th. Jill Biden said, I wanted to come here on Mother's Day to bring my best to the mothers of Ukraine. We thought it was important to show the Ukrainian people this war has to stop. It's been brutal. The people of the United States stand with people of Ukraine, she said. More remains found in Lake Mead.
More?
Yep.
As the water recedes, you'll
A
see
second set of remains were found at Colville Bay in Lake Mead National Recreation Area. Lindsay and Lynette Melvin took a bunch of photos of it, and sure enough, it's pretty deteriorated. But there are human teeth there and a skull. You can tell.
You see why I don't swim in water I can't see the bottom of?
Because you might become human remains. You know, that's really what the point is. And finally, now we're going to go into sports here. And I don't know if Ed's going to talk about the Kentucky Derby, but that horse that won, Rich Strike, he's a jerk. That horse is a damn jerk.
I was going to ask Gina about this.
I watched that video.
He was
should
biting.
be banned from racing.
He was biting.
Yeah, he was biting. Is that normal? Or is that dare I say roid rage?
Well, I mean, they take blood before and after the race, and if it was, I mean, they'll find out if that was that. But yeah, he was being a jerk.
He was trying to bite other horses.
Yeah.
They couldn't get him to stop. His jockey couldn't get him to stop.
Yeah,
he's a jerk. I think they should take the crown away from him and give it to number 2. Anyway, that's the news.
Weather, traffic.
Okay, so still a chance of rain today, about a 50% chance, tapering off later today. Even snow in some places.
I had snow on Mount Doom, yeah.
Only a high of 52 today. Then we gradually warm up. We'll be in the 60s tomorrow. Could be up to the 70s by Wednesday. So just a little cold snap today. Seems like that's all there is. Traffic. So emergency crews have opened one right lane southbound 15 at Parish Lane in Centerville. Traffic is backed up a couple of miles into Farmington. Take US 89 or Legacy, still a better option if you're trying to get downtown. 11 miles of mostly stopped traffic, I-15 southbound. Delays are stretching from Layton Parkway to Parish Lane in Centerville. Consider working from home today, actually, they're saying.
I am.
Bill's already on it. Because this is all due to a down power line, which those always take a long time to alleviate. And like Kerry was saying, I can't remember if he said it on the air or off the air, but that corridor right there, that's
all through one corridor.
Bottlenecks right there, and there's really no way around it. Also, free Lazy Boy chair northbound 215, just north of North Temple on the right shoulder, if you're in need of something to sit on. That's traffic.
Sound good, Ed? You want one?
Yeah.
Very important sports now, brought to you by.
For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Well, here he is. You can tell by the important music that it's time for very important sports with Edward K. Brass, Mr. Amy Donaldson. He's here to do the sports and also try and get you to adopt a puppy.
Oh, they're sold. They're done.
Oh, they are.
They are.
Yeah,
good.
people love puppies.
Okay.
There's
All
like
right.
5 applicants for 2-week-old puppies.
Good morning, Mr. Brass.
Good morning, Bill. This is like watching Godzilla from the 1950s. I see your lips moving and the sound is different. So welcome to the I Didn't Get Drafted Again edition of Very Important Sports. For cryptocurrency banker and second chair Franz Horn for the Pittsburgh Symphony, Mauricio Paez.
Really?
And the Cormac McCarthy of South Texas, Raul Montemayor.
Yes.
The Miami Grand Prix. Miami, as longtime discerning Very Important Sports listeners know, is a town in South Florida. Miami is named for the Native American people, the Miamis, who lived in the area in peace for 1,700 years until they were wiped out by people coming down from the Carolinas who sold them into slavery and burned their homes.
That never happened.
No.
Oh, you're making me feel bad, Ed.
And what is this, critical race theory?
No, that's why there are no Miamis. Max Verstappen from the Netherlands won. Charles Leclerc from Monaco came in second, and Carlos Sainz from Spain came in third. Sir Lewis Hamilton has only one top 3 finish this season. Sir Lewis, who is the greatest F1 driver of all time, responded to critics calling on him to retire by saying that he would be the one to decide when his masterpiece was finished.
Yeah.
In Major League Baseball, last Thursday, Shohei Ohtani, and I know he listens, so I apologize if I mispronounce his name, struck out 11 Red Sox for the Los Angeles Angels. But he also had 2 hits and a run batted in, and batted in the 4th position. He's one of those hits hit the scoreboard so hard. Boston has a manual scoreboard. It's very old.
Oh, yeah.
He hit this thing, it went out at 109 miles an hour, hit the scoreboard, and knocked his number off the scoreboard. He hit it that hard.
Wow. Who does he think he is? Babe Ruth?
Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Allred. No one has done these things since Babe Ruth played for the Red Sox in 1919, or since Robert Redford did it in The Natural. The American League standings in the East, it's the Yankees, as predicted in February by Very Important Sports. The Central, Minnesota Twins. West is the LA Angels, who Mr. Ohtani plays for. In the National League, in the first place is the Mets. The Mets are 5 games in front. If they're in first place on June 14th, I will sing Meet the Mets again. If they win the World Series, I will ride naked through Temple Square on a horse.
Wow.
Hey.
I'm not too worried about that. And the public needn't worry either. In the Central, it's the Milwaukee Brewers. In the West, it's the Dodgers, also as predicted in February.
Mm-hmm.
And now the National League playoffs for Lord Stanley's Cup. Although, Katie attended a Grizzlies game this weekend. I don't know how that turned out. I guess they're in the playoffs as well.
Oh.
But in the playoffs for Lord Stanley's Cup, in the East first round, the Hurricanes are 2. They've won 2 games. The Bruins have won 2 games. Toronto and Tampa Bay are tied 2-2. Washington Capitals 2. The Florida Panthers 1. These are the standings in the games, not the scores. Pittsburgh is 2. The Rangers are 1. In the West, Colorado 3, Nashville 0, Dallas 2, Calgary 1, Minnesota 2, St. Louis 2, Edmonton 2, and the LA Kings 2. The Kings crushed Edmonton last night 4-0.
Who knew there were so many hockey teams?
Well, there'll be less, as they get eliminated.
I believe it's pronounced Calgary, by the way.
Calgary, yeah.
So you know.
I guess if you're up there, it's Calgary. If you're standing where I am, it's Calgary. So, the Calgary Stampede, eh? So, the NBA in the West, the Phoenix Suns and Dallas are tied at 2-2. That's remarkable. The Phoenix Suns are heavy favorites. Memphis has won 1 game. The Warriors have won 2. In the East, the Celtics have won 1 game, and Milwaukee has won 2. And Philadelphia and Miami, used to have a Native American tribe, are 2-2. I'll tell you now that Phoenix will beat Milwaukee in the finals. That's how it's going to turn out. And yesterday, as I sat on the couch surrounded by various kinds of animals, Real Salt Lake 0, Nashville 2. Nashville pretty much dominated that game. Nonetheless, RSL is 5th in the West. They play Austin Football Club at the Bingham Canyon Mine Stadium on Saturday. Austin is a second-year team. They've been around for 2 years. They're already second place in the West.
Wow.
Which goes to show you that if you want to put some money in your franchise, you can have a really good team. The Champions League final, the Champions League is the club playoffs amongst the best clubs in the world, has been set. It's Liverpool versus Real Madrid. Madrid reached the finals by beating Manchester City with 2 goals in stoppage time and a third in extra time. They were losing until they got 2 goals again in stoppage time. It's a remarkable comeback. The Premier League standings are Manchester City. Liverpool is in second, -3 with 3 to play. Chelsea, Arsenal, owned in part by American radio mogul Kerry Jackson.
Yes, thank you.
The bottom 3 are Leeds. They're in 18th place. These are the teams that might be relegated. Leeds, which was home to the Live at Leeds concert by The Who a long time ago. The 19th place, Watford, they're relegated already. 20th, Norwich, they're relegated as well. And now your Kentucky Derby. So you want to talk about the horse biting people. Let's talk about the fact that the horse signed up the day before, was entered the day before.
Really?
It was an 80-1 long shot.
Wow.
30 seconds before the deadline is when they signed it up, and it came from the back of the pack to win by 3/4 of a length. And in the part that's most important to Very Important Sports, On a $2 bet, you won $163. So it was an 80-1 long shot, this horse. This horse had only won 2 races before and came from a stable where 5 years ago, 20 horses were killed in a fire.
Oh, I remember that.
He's seen some stuff.
Yeah.
Is this why he's acting that way?
The owner's seen some stuff. And you know, other media, other than you, characterized it as playfulness. You know, they said he was just playing with some pony that was walking him.
I didn't look like it to me.
No, he was being a jerk.
People can't take a joke. That's the problem with America today. No one can take a joke. You can't even take a joke about horses. And, you know, as a tip of my hat, if I had a hat, to the spouse, the WNBA is underway. In the East, the Washington Mystics are in first place. In the West, the Seattle Storm is in first place. They played all of one game, so I guess there's a lot of basketball left to be played. And that is your sports for, unless you want to tell us about the USFL, Bill.
No,
That's our sports for May 9th.
I was just going to point out, Ed, you know, you said Philadelphia and Miami, and you again made reference to the tribe being wiped out in Miami. Of course, there were tribes wiped out in Philadelphia, too, if you really want to.
There's a lot of Native American names in New Jersey as well. And I grew up there and never met a Native American until I moved out west. So
they're all gone.
There's sort of problems everywhere, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Nice to hear from you, Ed.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you. Peace be with you.
Very important sports. Traffic, please.
Well, there's lots of issues today, and don't think, well, I'll just hop on Front Runner. That'll fix everything. No, there's 30-minute delays northbound and southbound from the Ogden to Provo stations. I believe this is due to the down power lines, which are causing the traffic issues. 11 miles of mostly stopped traffic. I-15 southbound delay stretch from Layton Parkway to Parish Lane in Centerville. They're saying consider working from home today or leaving later this morning if you can, because all of the secondary roads are also backed up from people avoiding I-15.
Your legacy is,
So there's that. If you're seeing anything other than that major issue, because that's mostly what we're focused on this morning, you can certainly text us 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner of the Day on the way. Stand by.
I hope you know that this will...
All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is
exactly.
like this
In
giant...
what movie
in
is it?
Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot
Just coming out this summer.
that destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and in this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down?
No, I asked because, they
Or
are
boyfriends.
Or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't
boyfriends.
Listen,
They're
you
on the computer.
you
all
take a girl,
day.
you take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end, wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all I'm saying.
It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden girl?
Good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all.
Good Ogden girl. I know. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
Close, yeah.
Almost.
You know, it sounds to me like if this is what you're going to do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true. And I know even up at the U, they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question, without getting too political. How is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was my
gonna
next
have the
question.
holodeck.
Where's my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it, so
all right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is, do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and like
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
architecture? Don't you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney at gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday, you know.
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. Right. Let's see, 7:03 right now. We do have Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by.
Gina,
Yes.
you had some sort of an adventure over the weekend, which I am baffled by.
So I have two nieces who have major life events happening at about the same time.
Oh, okay.
One of them is getting married, and the other one is having a baby. And since...
Already married, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay.
And since for a shower for both of those events, we would be inviting the same people, thought, well, let's just have a combined shower.
Oh, one big party. That's
sure.
always a better idea.
And of course, it falls to you to organize it because nobody else could do it.
No, I offered. I wanted to.
Oh, okay.
And so I had invitations made, and the invitations, it looked like what was happening was a lesbian shotgun wedding because my two nieces' names were on the invitation, and it said combination bridal baby shower.
Ooh.
Wow. Careful next time you
Yeah.
put something like that together.
That's what it looked like. And I was excited because I was going to do it outside up at the tree farm.
Oh, okay.
Set tables up outside.
Nice.
The favors, I got little pine tree seedlings to get everybody their own little seedling to take home.
Wow.
So I had this plan. I ordered tables. I rented tables and chairs. And
So maximum effort was put into
Yeah.
this.
How many pine tree seedlings did you get?
Well, I only got 25 because actually people flew in for this. There were
Yeah, so you don't want to take them on a plane.
Yeah, there were relatives that flew in for it. But
Okay.
so rented tables and chair, got those delivered.
What day of the week was this going to be?
This was Saturday.
Saturday.
I rented dishes.
Rented?
So we could have, real dishes.
I didn't know you could rent dishes.
Sure you can. Silverware.
Does Hertz rent dishes?
No.
Is that where you?
Everything, every detail was covered.
Food.
Well, and I thought, well, we'll do brunch.
Okay.
Would be fun to have a waffle bar. So waffles with every imaginable topping you can have.
That's a lot of cooking for you, Gina.
No. You have it catered. You have it catered. And this catering place, they'll do sweet waffles or fruit or savory.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds. And chicken and waffles.
Oh, geez,
Sounds
I want
great.
A waffle now.
I haven't had a good waffle in a long time.
So it must. Was it great? Was it delicious?
Well, so I had my my plan for the day on Saturday. And, I got to run down to Ogden and pick up the food. And I had my receipt, which I had to pay for it ahead of time.
Sure.
Had my receipt and I walk into the store and I said I'm here to pick up my catering food. And the gal behind the counter looked at the guy at the kitchen and went, "Yeah, we didn't get that order."
Didn't get it.
Now I went through Home Office.
Yeah.
Home Office has satellite restaurants around.
Okay.
The home office of this
business.
Okay, all right.
Apparently did not communicate
to that location.
And they said, "Well, we'll call the manager." And she tried to call the manager and she said, "He's not answering. He must be asleep. I'll have him call you later."
Well, that's not
And
no help.
I said, "But I have 40 people I'm supposed to feed in an hour."
Let's wait for him to wake up. Yeah, let's do that.
And she said, I said, "Well, can you fill the order now?" "Oh, no, we don't have enough food here to fill the..." So an hour away from having 40 people over, I panic and I call my sister Mikkel and I said, "Do you have a waffle iron?" Because I'm thinking we're just going to make waffles.
No. There's a convenience store nearby, isn't there?
Well, Mikkel says, "I know who to call." And God bless...
Martha Stewart. That's who you call.
Close. God bless Kim and Pete Bouchard of Roosters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She called Kim, who said, "Let me call Pete." Pete's the main cook guy. Pete was in his car driving to Salt Lake. And she's like, "Pete, Gina's got a waffle emergency." He turned his car around and drove back to Ogden.
He's a hero.
And had his kitchen staff, spur of the moment, whip me up.
Wow.
50 waffles. And I guess he said, "Well, oh, sure, when do you need them?" I'm like, "Well,
an hour
now."
Well, hell.
So I am giving mad thank yous and shout outs to Roosters. They have a location in Layton. They have one in Ogden. They have a cool tap room in Ogden where they do they do Roosters Brewing too. They're out at the airport.
Oh, they are now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I keep meaning to go to that one on the west side of Ogden.
It's really cool that you can sit out on the patio and it's that industrial area.
Well, now back to the original place. You paid for it.
Yes.
They took your money.
Yes.
You have a receipt.
Yes.
No. Did you find out what happened here?
So when she said, "I'll have the manager call you," never called.
He never called.
And Sunday is Sunday. So
Well, he's sleeping in.
So today, I don't think I'm going to bother with manager. I think I'm going to go up. I'm going to
higher up.
I'm going to Karen it up the chain a little bit.
Oh, good.
And everyone's like, well, will you get your money back? And I'm like, well I damn well better. And I better get something else, too.
Yes.
Now, is this a big concern? This business that stiffed you? Is it a big business, or is it local? What is it?
It's a local business, which is why I hesitate
Mm-hmm.
to give the name of it, because I don't want to hurt local business. I do want to prop up local businesses like Roosters Brewing Company, who are nice, wonderful people.
You're lucky because maybe I could have, but Joe Blow on the street couldn't have called Kim from Roosters.
Yes, I wouldn't have known who to call in that situation.
No, but they're good. They're good people that would probably take care of you if you needed catering, or they would follow through on it and.
So I just can't. I'm having a hard time understanding how this could have happened. And
so there's a central location on their website
Yes.
of the place I'm not naming.
So you ordered online?
Yeah, but I had several email back and forth with
Right.
them. Here's your confirmation.
Which you still have, I'm sure.
Yeah. Here's how to warm up the waffles once you get them
instructions
home.
too.
Instructions. Here's the time to pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
Here's,
And they have several locations. Is that?
yes, but it's a local business. But God bless the people.
So
in
how
charge
did
for
how
making
was
me
the
waffles.
party?
It was great.
It went fine.
I mean,
and then for the chicken part,
yeah.
because he didn't have time to whip up chicken, we sent somebody to Popeyes and got. So it was Popeyes chicken and Roosters waffle. They make their waffles with Kahlua.
Oh, really?
They're delicious.
What? Oh, now I gotta have a waffle.
They're really, really good. So it actually it turned out.
Was there entertainment?
So the entertainment was
You telling this story, right?
well that, and because it was Kentucky Derby, it was sort of a Derby themed. And my sister Carrie came up with a game. I said, "Can you come up with a game that's not like a cheesy game?" But so her game was. So we have a bridal couple and then a new baby.
Okay.
Right.
And the game was come up with a racehorse name for the new couple and a racehorse name for the baby. Because, racehorse names are kind of silly. So, like my niece who's getting married, she and her fiance, they're both sporty people, and they met in Austin. So Austin Baller was like a racehorse name to describe it. It was, and everybody, and we all wrote them down on cards, and then we voted on whose was the best. So it was a game, but not a.
And who won?
I think Austin Baller won.
Austin Baller's a good name.
Yeah.
Was there a prize associated with it?
Yeah, you got a little.
An extra waffle?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how did my horse do on the Kentucky Derby?
We'll have that.
Oh, we'll have that coming up.
So, but.
Well,
So-
sounds exciting.
What I've learned from this is never throw parties.
Yeah, well, and then there's you wake up that morning where you're like, we're having this outside because that's all I'm comfortable with is having this outside. And
Yeah.
of course, it looks like it's going to rain all morning. And I'm like, I do not want 40 people in my
Crammed
house.
into your house, yeah.
But the weather held.
That's good.
But traffic, that's something to be upset about this morning, I'm afraid. Let me refresh this, see if we have an update on that Davis County situation. Miles and miles of slowage. This is both I-15 southbound and Legacy Highway. This is due to that power pole that went down. Delays are stretching from Layton Parkway to Parish Lane in Centerville. Avoid that area. Crash northbound US 40 just north of River Road in Heber City. Both lanes are blocked. Traffic quickly backing up and causing delays on southbound US 40 as well. And let me see if I have anything else. Nope, that's it. But if you see something, you can text us 33986. Jiffy Lube Multicare gets services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubutah.com for discount services and location.
All right.
Boners, round one coming up. Here are the candidates.
Round
the
only.
round.
Round only.
Yeah. Boner candidate number one. Hey, this joke will never get old because, it already is old. Boner candidate number two. They continue to bleed the beast. And boner candidate number three. If there's a way to prevent him from entering the Moab City limits, then do it.
Boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. opendoor.com/myoffer. That's where you go. That's the website. I went there. I went to opendoor.com/myoffer, saw for myself just how easy it is to request an offer on your home. It's very easy to do. Just go to opendoor.com/myoffer. Hundreds of thousands of people have already requested their offer. Just go there, enter your address, tell them a little bit about your house, and they'll make you an offer on your house in minutes. Open Door takes a look at your house along with recent sales in your neighborhood. They come up with a very competitive offer, a real offer. You'll know how much you'll get. You can close it when you're ready. This is all on your timetable. You don't have to wait for anybody or anything else. You can do everything online. You don't have to do the shows or the repairs or the prep work or any of that. They will just make you an offer. So get a free offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. Very important that you do the /myoffer afterward. Get a competitive all-cash offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer.
Real alternative is...
Do we still have popcorn in the building?
Yeah, why?
Because we should get rid of it all.
This might be the evidence that we have some. I'm eating it. God, you're a genius. You should be a detective.
Everybody knows you're eating it. Can we get rid of all the popcorn in the building so Bill doesn't eat it on the air anymore?
I'm attempting to get rid of it right now. I'm eating it.
But the fact that you have a small bowl of it tells me there's a bigger bag of it on your desk, and we'll be enjoying this
There
for
are
weeks to
3
come.
big bags of it on my desk.
Mm-hmm. You know,
and don't worry yourself about it. It's fine.
If you would hurry and eat it, then he wouldn't be able to.
So I need to take care of it.
You need to take some initiative.
She won't touch any of it.
I will.
No, this is Thai curry coconut. She
Yeah,
won't
no,
touch
I
it.
won't eat that one.
And then there's white cheddar pepper.
No, I
she
won't.
won't touch that.
Nope.
And then there's seaweed.
No,
she won't touch that either.
I like the rosemary truffle one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was the first to go.
Because it's the best.
Because it's the best.
No, it's the only one you'll eat. Does not mean it's the best.
If it's gone, it's the best.
The Thai curry coconut is the best.
Is that what you have
It's good
there?
too.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks we'll be enjoying.
No, I'm taking it home today.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. I'll take it home.
Okay, good.
And, you don't have to call attention to it.
No, I don't, because everybody can tell.
No,
And that's really why he wanted to get off the phone. He has a phobia about hearing people eating.
Oh, they couldn't tell.
They could.
No,
Yes,
they can't
yes, they
tell.
can.
You cannot tell that I'm eating popcorn on the air right now.
No.
There's no way you can tell. I'm a professional and I know how to do it. I am a professional radio personality who knows.
I was going to say,
Now,
half,
if it was TV.
half of that sentence is true.
If it was TV, you could tell because you'd see me doing
You
it.
think Dan Rascone has stories of news anchors eating?
I bet he doesn't.
Listen, I've seen Dan Rascone pick his teeth while doing a news story.
On a live shot?
Yeah. Standing there with a toothpick going, well, tonight's news.
A Tropos tweets, I hope that someday I can win a prize and have Bill ask me questions with a mouthful of popcorn.
Listen, these are our friends. You eat popcorn with friends. These are all our friends.
It just is going to make people hungry. That's what it does.
I am hungry now, actually. Talking about all
Well,
this.
the popcorn, there's
Thai curry.
on his desk.
Thai curry coconut.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think
you're
but I think
you're
it might be
Italian. You should
Veneto.
No, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals. It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner, Marco, came out and he said, I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone, has the New York strip on one side and the filet on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so big, the whole table can share it.
Wow.
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us.
Raw meat right here.
Yeah. And it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of
what?
Like green and white.
Where did he have that in his pocket?
No,
did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you. I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
are
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, now I'm going to go back and cook it.
Come
But
here,
I
come
just
here.
show.
There you go. All right.
So she.
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But 4 people
for
shared
eating-
it. 4 people shared
for eating a $100 steak.
And
it was. I've never tasted anything like it.
It was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other.
A whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle.
we
Way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was. We all just had little bits of it, but.
You way to go, 1%er.
.24, and it's time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember those numbers of the candidate that you think should win. We'll take your votes once you've heard all 3 candidates. And one of you random boner voters will receive
tickets to the Utah Arts Festival coming to Library Square in downtown Salt Lake, June 23rd through the 26th.
Here's boner candidate number 1. You know, this joke will never get old because it already is old. A woman in Waco, Texas, has tattooed the word Brad, the name Brad, in her armpit.
In her armpit.
So she can ask people if they want to meet Brad Pitt.
Oh, really?
Samantha McCullough, there's a picture of her at x96.com/live. Samantha McCullough got the inked-up ode to the Fight Club star last minute after booking an appointment to get another tattoo. My tattooist thought it was hilarious and was ready to do it. He laughed with me. I just got it on Sunday, so I haven't shown it off too much. My coworkers and bosses like it, though. Brad. Want to meet Brad Pitt?
Brad Pitt.
See, once you've done that a couple times, everyone will have...
As the title says, Gina.
And then it's there forever.
This joke will never get old because it already is old. Ugh. I guess you could say I'm a fan, she said. Here's boner candidate number 2. They continue to bleed the beast. Fox 13 News has learned that a public charter school run by the polygamous Kingston Group continues to defy the state by appointing family members to handle millions of dollars of taxpayer money. Vanguard Academy in West Valley City has been responding to concerns about its ties to the Kingston polygamous group, also known as the Davis County Cooperative Society, or the Order, since December of 2020, when a Fox News investigation revealed a lack of diversity and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on Kingston-affiliated businesses. Some of the school's expenditures show businesses also involved in the Kingston $500 million Washakie renewable energy fraud case, which sent Isaiah Kingston and Jacob Kingston to prison. Last June, the Utah Charter School Board placed Vanguard Academy on warning status. Some members of the board credited Fox for exposing concerns related to their funding and spending. We need to be transparent, said SCSB Vice Chair Brian Bowles. These are public dollars. But despite the involvement, public records show the payments to the businesses didn't stop in 2021 or 2022. It's so, and then people who know the Kingstons are saying, this is someone who was in the Kingston family for a while. We had to keep polygamy a secret. You're never supposed to talk about the order. And we
all know, though.
And using this public money, they think it's right. It's called bleeding the beast.
Yeah.
We're supposed to take as much money as we can from the government. Oh my!
It's why they file for WIC and why they file for
boner candidate number 2. They continue to bleed the beast. That's our money. That's our money. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. If there is any way to prevent him from entering Moab city limits, then do it.
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
We've been talking about mentioning the human remains being found in Lake Mead. Last week there was the story of a body found in a barrel that had apparently been. They're finding these things because the level of the lake is going down. And that barrel, the guy in the barrel, all they can tell at this point was that he'd been shot, and probably late 70s into the 80s is when it happened. Now, they found some more remains just this weekend, and retired police officers David Kohlmeyer and Daniel Miner of The Problem Solver show said that they're offering $5,000 reward to volunteer divers who find any remaining bodies from Lake Mead. Kohlmeyer and Miner said that their goal is to help bring closure to families and friends of possible victims and to assist law enforcement in their efforts. Their goal doesn't
That's
have
not their
anything to
goal.
do with promoting their show, the
Murder.
Problem Solver Show. Doesn't have anything to do with that, I promise you.
Nope.
Mario Batali, remember him?
Oh, yeah. What happened to him?
Celebrity chef. Well, he was accused of sexual misconduct. He was accused of groping a fan in 2017 while they took a selfie together. His trial on the sexual misconduct allegations opened on Monday in Boston after it had been delayed by the pandemic. Batali pleaded not guilty in May of 2019 to a charge of indecent assault and battery. A woman accused him of forcibly kissing and groping her at a Boston restaurant in 2017. The woman alleged that Batali saw her taking a photo of him at the now defunct Town Stove and Spirits restaurant and invited her to take a selfie with him. She said Batali then groped one of her breasts and her buttocks and kissed her face repeatedly without her consent.
Gross.
He is expected to be in court throughout the trial, starting with jury selection on Monday. The proceedings should last about 2 days once a jury selection is complete. He could go to jail for 2.5 years, but this has certainly ruined his career. And he was a pretty respected chef and had some restaurants that people thought highly of. That's all gone now. Utah is reporting 7 more deaths from COVID. This is an older story. Excuse me. This is from the end of April. So never mind that. I'm not going to do that. I will tell you this story though. A Tokerville resident who's running for the Washington County School Board was sentenced Monday for his involvement in the U.S. Capitol riot.
What a surprise.
Willard Jake Pert remains on the ballot after receiving a sentence of 3 years probation from a judge who called Mr. Pert's actions minor in the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. The Tokerville resident is running in District 5 of the school board, which covers most of Hurricane and the eastern part of Washington County. Pert faces Hurricane residents David Sterland, who is the incumbent, and Edith Land in the primary on June 28th. Apparently, Mr. Pert, during the insurrection, went to the Capitol carrying a flag in support of then President Trump, though he was not accused of any violence or property damage, but he was there and he pleaded guilty to illegally entering the Capitol. The governor of Mississippi says, you know what, down here in Mississippi, I'm not going to rule out, once we get rid of this Roe versus Wade, I'm not ruling out we're going to ban contraceptives altogether. That's what we're going to do.
Why?
Well, because, it encourages people to have sex.
Yes.
It encourages them.
With no fertilization, that thing that you hate.
His name is Tate Reeves, and he said if the Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade, a trigger law passed in Mississippi in 2007 would go into effect that essentially outlaws abortions, making some exceptions for rape in the life of the mother. When asked if they might target the use of contraceptives, now he's talking about the Plan B.
It's
they
not
call
an
it
abortion.
They call it an abortion
not an
pill. but
abortion
it's
not an abortion
It's not. But
because they don't know how these things work.
he said, and he also included interuterine devices.
Which again, he doesn't.
An IUD.
Yeah.
We need our domestic supply of infants.
Yes.
Yes, we're running out of workers.
What does
no,
that mean?
that's what
I know.
Amy Coney Barrett.
Amy Coney, what is specifically domestic? What does that mean?
Well, U.S.
Does that mean?
that means here in the country.
Does that mean what I think it means?
That means not immigrant. We don't
that
want
means-
immigrants.
exactly.
Babies.
No, we don't want them.
No.
We want
we want domestics, so
Domestic.
that we can have
white.
domestics.
Terry, we want white babies.
Just
We
say
want
it.
white
Just say
babies.
it, Amy. Yeah.
But we want them to be domestics as well. We want domestic babies
But-
who can be domestics.
No, it's this is how specific it is. domestic supply of infants relinquished at birth or within the first month of life, because that's when people want them. There are 400,000 kids in foster care right now that need homes, but they're old.
Yeah.
They're old.
Well,
kids.
new one.
They
You
might
put
be
them to
10
work in
years
factories.
old.
Put
They
them to
want.
put them to work in factories.
Oh,
That's what we
that's
should
coming.
do.
That's coming.
We want new, fresh, untouched
cute ones.
babies,
Yeah, the cute
fresh
ones.
babies
Yeah.
that haven't been ruined yet. Those 10-year-olds are ruined. I don't want those.
Well, they could be good workers, though. And hot dog on a stick. Finally, this story. Hot dog on a stick. Whenever there's a hot dog on a stick story, I'm excited. They're teaming up with Jolly Rancher for the introduction of a new limited edition lemonade flavor, Jolly Rancher Blue Raspberry Lemonade.
Yeah.
Jolly Rancher Blue Raspberry Lemonade features the brand's signature tart lemonade infused with the flavor of Jolly Rancher Blue Raspberry candy. It can be found at participating hot dog on a stick locations throughout the month. There are people who they love hot dog on a stick lemonade.
It's good lemonade.
They go there for the lemonade and not the hot dogs necessarily. I don't know. Is it really good lemonade?
Yeah, it is. It's particularly good lemonade.
All right, if you say so. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic?
And related, actually. There are places seeing snow this morning. It's pretty cold and only going to get up to 52 for a high today. So cold, in fact, that there's some roads up in Heber that are icy and they've closed them down. Let's see, where was that? Northbound US 40, just north of River Road in Heber. Both lanes blocked, traffic backing up and causing delays on southbound US 40. It's icy up there, and the UHP has closed that area. So that's Heber. Well, that's not even getting to Centerville, where I-15 southbound through Centerville is a mess, and the secondaries from people trying to get around the mess that is on I-15 southbound. This is between Layton Parkway and Parish Lane in Centerville. This is due to an earlier power line going down. Let's see, Centerville police are still reporting major slowdowns through that area. They're asking you to maybe wait to go into work if you have to go into downtown Salt Lake, or maybe it's even a good day to work from home.
Yes. Every day is a good day to work from home.
And it's even affecting Front Runner. Possible delays of 15 to 20 minutes northbound and southbound from Ogden to Provo stations. This is due to that power issues related to that power pole going down. So lots of stuff going on there. We also have other crashes to tell you about. We have a crash eastbound 35th South Redwood Road in West Valley, and a crash US 6. This is up at Soldier Summit in up there, and that's about it. If you see something, you can text us, or if you're stuck in that mess that's in Centerville, you can text us and let us know when it starts moving. 33986.
Boner candidate number 3. If there is any way at all to prevent him from entering Moab city limits, then do it. Dog the Bounty Hunter.
No.
Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman announced on his Facebook page he's headed to Moab to assist with the double murder investigation of Crystal Turner and Kaylin Schulte. In a Facebook post, Chapman said Sean Paul Schulte, Kylan's father, invited his team to assist in the investigation. I'm thrilled that my prayers were answered, said the father, Sean Paul Schulte. I hope someone from last year has dash cam. The Moab women were, of course, you remember, found dead at a campsite in the La Salle Mountains, August of 2021. There are no leads in the case, as far as we know. The last time the couple was seen was on the night of August 13th. Investigators were informed that Kylan had mentioned to her friends that if something happened to them, that they were murdered. Kylan had continued by saying there was a creepy man around their camp that had been, and they had been intimidated by him. But Dog the Bounty Hunter, who was also involved in the search for Brian Laundrie, it says here, involved in the fact, in as much as he said, I'm going to, Florida?
Yeah.
I'm going there to help search for Brian Laundrie. That was his involvement in that search.
Yeah, this isn't a quest for publicity.
No.
Oh, no, it was in North Carolina, excuse me, not Florida. So no, he's not doing this to be, get his name back in the media. No. If there's any way to prevent Dog the Bounty Hunter from entering the Moab city limits, you should do it.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1, and this joke will never get old because it already is old. A Texas woman getting the name Brad tattooed in her armpit so she can say, "You want to meet Brad Pitt?" Boner candidate number 2, they continue to bleed the beast. A public school run by the polygamous Kingston clan continues appointing family members using federal money, even though they've been enjoined not to do that. But they keep doing it. They call it bleeding the beast, taking public money. And Boner candidate number 3, if there's any way to prevent him from entering Moab city limits, do it.
Okay, here we go. This is Boner of the Day for today, May 9th, 2022. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, May 9, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. Click and vote. You only have 4 minutes to do it, though, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
No.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today, so no Chinese Jews. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
All right, 7:47 right now, and it's time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a Mother's Day shrimp boil. We had shrimp and crab, and we had andouille sausage in there, and corn. Man, it was good.
And Randy's Transmissions looking for journeyman mechanics to join the team. If you have extensive mechanic skills in electrical, remove and replace transmissions, and diesel repair, they have a $1,000 sign-on bonus for you. Email Matt at randystransmissions.com. It's randys-transmissions.com.
Boner candidate number one, you know, that joke will never get old because it already is old, so it won't get old. The woman tattooing the name Brad in her armpit so that she could say to people, would you like to meet Brad Pitt? I got him right here. Yeah. Boner candidate number two, they continue to bleed the beast. The polygamous Kingston clan, involved in the Vanguard Charter School. They have been enjoined not to, employ family members and so forth and so on, and all kinds of restrictions which apparently they're ignoring. And Boner candidate number three, if there's a way to prevent him from entering the Moab city limits, please do it. Dog the Bounty Hunter, he's going to go help find those missing women down there in Moab, and yeah. So let's see. The voting, there was vigorous voting today. Vigorous voting. And I like to see that on a Monday. But winning hands down, Boner candidate number two, they continue to bleed the beast.
All right, that's your Boner of the Day for today, May 9, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week.
You know, we have here in Salt Lake the Costco on 3rd West and 17 South. It's the largest Costco in the world. And they don't sell alcohol, which really makes
crazy.
I know.
Because Kirkland has a boxed Chardonnay that is delightful.
I've never
It's
had one.
actually quite good.
Yeah, and I mean, you can get all kinds of brand name liquor at Costco's around the world. I think I've said this before, but somebody once told me they're the biggest wine cellar in the country. Costco is. But at any rate, this Costco is huge, and I haven't been to Costco for a long time, and I went and did all the Costco shopping yesterday for my wife because it was Mother's Day, and I said no, and she's suffering from a really bad cough from COVID, and I said no, you stay home, I'll go to the Costco. Well, first of all, it was exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
Just walking around that place is just it's too big.
Yeah, but you can lean on the really big cart.
Well, you can, yeah, but still, you still got to walk.
I know.
I mean, I wish they had motorized carts. You could just zip around that way.
You couldn't fit. They wouldn't be big enough to. They'd have to have motorized giant carts.
Sure, why not? And it would be great too because there would be crashes. But so A, it was tiring, and B, I'm amazed by what people wear to Costco. I particularly women, they seem to get dressed up to go to Costco, wearing really fancy dresses or elaborate.
Well, now, did you go on Sunday?
Yeah, Mother's Day.
Well, that's why they were dressed
Yeah,
up.
it wasn't church clothes, Gina.
Well, no, I didn't say church clothes. They could have been dressed up to go to brunch or dressed up because it's Mother's Day. I don't think women generally are dressed up to go to. I think it's because it was Mother's
I think it's a big event and they're dressed up to go to Costco, but I don't. It's amazing how many people were dressed up. And I thought they'd gotten rid of the stations where they give out samples of stuff.
They did for a while.
Yeah, but it's back.
Oh, because COVID's over, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
It's back, and don't ask the people who are at those stations handing out, samples. Don't ask them anything about Costco. Don't ask them even if they know what Costco is, because they may not. I was looking for something, and I went up to one of them, and this woman, I said, do you know where such and such an item is? And she said, oh no, I just got here from L.A.
She works for the product that she is giving samples for. She doesn't work for. She
just got there. She just got there from L.A. She could have said, no, I'm sorry, I just do the samples. But she said, no, I don't know where that is. I just got here from L.A.
That's a good excuse for all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to start using that.
Yeah, okay. But I found what I needed. And Costco employees are generally just the greatest, helpful, nicest employees you can find. So I get all my stuff, and I go, and I'm driving home from Costco, and I made an interesting discovery. I'm driving up 17 South East, and I noticed this. I guess I've noticed it before, but I really was able to focus on it. There's a building with this beautiful mural on the side of it, of like an octopus, and it's just really nicely done. And the building is called Friar Tuck's Barbershop. And I thought, that's interesting. So I looked it up when I got home, and it's an interesting place. Friar Tuck's Barbershop. It says, for your haircut for queer and trans people. It says Patrick Costigan, who worked as a campaign manager for the Democratic Party in Utah, is a trans man. He was worried, this is an article in the Tribune, he was worried while he was looking for a new barber after moving to Salt Lake from Chicago, he said, because he wasn't sure he could replace the experience he'd had at a queer barbershop there. But when he went to Friar Tuck's Barbershop, because his friends recommended it, he said he was super impressed. Kylie Howell founded Friar Tuck's Barbershop to offer a safe space for LGBTQ people to have their hair cut.
Oh, that's lovely.
After confronting gender and identity issues relating to their hair in their own lives.
I just hope Kylie doesn't give them all the Friar Tuck, because that's
No.
not a good look.
It's a one-chair barbershop, and it's then there are some pictures of it here with just really it's got Pride, Progress flags all over it, and queer literature. It's on 17th South, 11th West, and 1700 South, and it's a really nice thing that I think she's done here. They have done. That's their preferred pronoun, I believe. Howell opened the shop after graduating from barber school in Price. They were inspired by a restaurant there that donated a portion of sales to a nonprofit organization. They wanted to open a business that they could also do that, and the barbershop was the way to do it. And it's named Friar Tuck's because Robin Hood gave back to the community. It's
not because of the haircut.
No.
Oh, okay.
Don't get the Friar
You don't
Tuck
want
hair.
that.
No, they are not going to cut your hair like Friar Tuck.
Don't ask for it even.
But you should check out the mural on the side of it, and if you want to, you should support.
For sure.
It's a very nice thing they're doing there.
Traffic, Gina, please.
It is still a mess. 11 miles of mostly stopped traffic. I-15 southbound delay stretch from Layton Parkway to Parish Lane in Centerville. And Legacy is not much better. Centerville police are asking you to consider working from home today if trying to drive into downtown Salt Lake is part of your commute, or leave later this morning if at all possible. This is due to an earlier down power line, which that's also affected Frontrunner service as well. Slowed things down. Now let's see if there's any other things you need to know about. We've got a crash eastbound 35th South Redwood Road. Left turn lane to go northbound on Redwood is blocked. Crashed northbound US 40. This is just north of River Road in Heber, and they had icy conditions up there this morning. Earlier, I think that they completely closed that road. It may be open now, but I haven't had a update on that. If you know anything about that or what's happening in Centerville, we'd love to hear from you. 33986. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we've got Bill Frost telling us what's on TV this week. Big boy news and opinion window. Geek news is on the way. All coming up. Stand by for all of that. Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda. I've bought cars there. A lot of people go there. They count on Stockton 12 Honda to deliver what they want when they go to a dealership. Stockton 12 is committed to Honda's principles of high quality products and low prices, and you will have a satisfying experience there. They have a big inventory of cars right now, lots of Hondas to choose from every day, and they always will save your time there at Stockton 12 too. They respect your busy schedule. That's why they're it's very I don't know how to put it, but the car buying process, it can be really just, tedious, but not at Stockton 12 Honda. They're fast, they're efficient, they take care of everything, and their service department also fast, efficient. The Stockton 12 promise, they'll help you achieve a car ownership at the best possible price. Stockton 12 Honda, Southtown Auto Mall on Auto Mall Drive in Sandy.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet.
Went for it.
Run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
Wow.
It's 8:04, and Bill Frost is here to tell us what's on TV. Brought to you by
CableTV.com is the place for expert reviews, recommendations, resources for discovering the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Check out CableTV.com today.
Well, here he be, Bill Frost, a fine writer. He writes a monthly column for Slug Magazine called Content Shifter, which you can, of course, read at slugmag.com. Bill is also the host of a podcast called TV Tan, which is nominally about television and a lot about drinking. And also, Bill is in a band. He's a fine guitar player, and you can find all of Bill's stuff where, Mr. Frost?
At billfrost.tv.
Okay. Now, you gave me an assignment last week.
Yes.
A TV assignment.
Yes.
You said I should watch the HG TV show Lil Jon Wants to Do What?
Yes.
What?
Okay. Lil Jon wants to do what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you have to say it. And so Lil Jon is a rapper, and I believe a rather successful one.
Yes.
He's won awards and is well respected and so forth. He's the king of crunk. I don't know if you knew.
That's a self-proclaimed title, but yes.
He's the king of crunk. And with this show, this home improvement show, he wants to bring the funk to American homes.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
And he does.
Well, that's nice of him to do.
Does he succeed?
Yeah. He collaborates with a designer, Anitra Mekadon is her name, and he decided. So this is one thing that he does, and he has these outlandish ideas for redoing people's homes, and it's Anitra's
It's not
job.
tasteful, subtle
No,
changes.
Always,
They don't look like
always
Chip and JoJo.
No, always
houses.
pretty outlandish, but workable. But kind of cool when you see him. He says if he's going to revamp somebody's home, he has to share a drink with them first.
Well, sure.
The tequila comes as a peace offering, he said. We go on this journey, and it's like, hey, trust us. Let's do this shot of tequila because we're in this together. And it's kind of something to break the tension of thinking about what's about to happen. Plus, who doesn't want to do a shot of tequila with Lil Jon, huh?
Yeah.
And so it's very entertaining.
All right.
It's kind of a comedy show, it really.
Oh, yeah.
Open concept.
Yeah, he puts bowling alleys in people's
Nice.
houses.
All right. Did Carrie check out Welcome Home Nikki Glazer?
I forgot. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I will, though.
Katie, will you set a reminder to... Here's your... like on Friday, say here...
Send me an email, otherwise I will.
You know what my reminder was? I wrote it down when Bill told me to do it.
But as far as stuff, I know you'll watch this, Carrie. You already are. Breeders.
Yes. Oh, I love Breeders.
Season 3 today on FX, tomorrow on Hulu.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Martin Freeman, Daisy Haggard, British couple.
Yes.
Don't really care for their kids.
Yeah.
Him more so.
Exactly. They openly admit our kids are dicks.
Yeah. Yeah, very funny and sometimes very sad as well.
Yes.
Also tonight, the premiere of yet another true crime docudrama on
Yes,
Hulu.
I'm listening,
boy.
Candy, the story of a Texas housewife in 1980 who murdered her alleged best friend with an axe. Candy here is Candy Montgomery is played by Jessica Biel, and the axe victim is Melanie Linsky from Yellow Jackets.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and one episode today, and then one each day of the week.
Have you seen some of it?
Yeah, look, the wigs. You'll just come for the wigs.
Break out the wigs.
Yes. And I might make this a Gina challenge if she hasn't watched this show before.
Which one?
Tuesday, season 6 of Workin' Moms on Netflix.
No, I have not.
Oh well,
Workin' Moms.
It's funny.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it.
You can empathize with that, Gina. You're a working mom.
I sure am.
Starring, created by, directed, written by Catherine Reitman, daughter of
Ivan Reitman.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. On Wednesday, here's a movie. You can also go watch this in a theater. I don't know if it's in a theater around here right now, but Operation Mincemeat, a World War II drama.
My husband read this book.
Okay.
That's all I know about
This is starring Colin Firth and Matthew McFadden. It's about a World War II operation where we're trying to get the Allies into, I believe, Italy, and they're faking out Hitler's army.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then what will that be on? What?
Netflix.
Netflix.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thursday, season 2, Hacks on HBO Max.
Hacks is back already.
Gene Smart and Hannah Einbinder. Story of a Las Vegas comedian who wants to, kick her career up a little bit, hires a young writer. They don't necessarily get along.
Nope.
I
But
love this show.
yes,
It's like oil and water.
yeah. How will these two ever work it out? Friday the 13th. This is not a Prodigy documentary. Firestarter on Peacock and also in theaters.
It's a remake.
Yeah, it's got to do better than the other one. The one Stephen King did not care for, the one in 1984.
I don't think many people did.
Stephen King doesn't like most of the things
Yes.
that he has made tons of money off of by letting them film his books.
This is about a young girl who can, start fires with her brain.
Don't
And-
make her mad.
And her and her dad are on the run from the government because, they want to weaponize this.
course
And
they do.
the dad here is played by Zac Efron, which makes me nostalgic because seems like only yesterday Rebecca Frost of the Geek Show podcast was co-starring with Zac Efron in High School Musical.
That's right.
Yeah.
Co-starring.
For all of 3 seconds.
Yes. They shared a scene.
Yes. And speaking of high school, on Netflix Friday, Rebel Wilson has a new movie called Senior Year. She's a woman who was in a coma for 20 years, comes out of the coma. First thing she wants to do, go back to high school. Wouldn't be my first thought,
no.
But she wants to go back to the high school and captain the cheerleader squad and go to prom.
I don't go back and do those
Wackiness
things.
ensues.
All bad.
And there are no rules that says that an older woman can't be captain of the cheerleading squad. It's not in there.
Be glad you're done with it.
And also a new mini-series on Apple TV Plus, The Essex Serpent, starring Claire Danes and Tom Hiddleston, Loki. She's a woman, this is in Victorian England. She's a Londoner who goes to this small town to investigate a serpent, a giant serpent that's allegedly been spotted around the area and spooking the locals.
Okay.
And Tom Hiddleston is the local pastor who's trying to keep the locals calm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's based on the novel from 2016 of the same name.
Okay.
I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Sure. Books.
And Netflix has made a series out of The Lincoln Lawyer.
Oh, really?
You might remember that Matthew McConaughey movie, which is also based on the book.
That's right.
This is a lawyer who works out of his Lincoln Town Car, hence the name. And
It was pretty good.
it's the David E. Kelly thing.
Oh.
It's a legal thing. So
All right.
there you go. And also on Friday, Prime Video, Kids in the Hall.
Yeah.
They're back.
What?
Yeah.
The Kids in the Hall are back. Yes.
Like
They're going to squish your head.
a reunion?
Kind of a
Chicken
reunion.
lady?
Yeah.
It's a series.
It's a new season, yeah, of Kids in the Hall.
All right.
And they're very self-referential about their corporate lords and what they're supposed to be doing there. And going all the way to Sunday, yet another remake. The Time Traveler's Wife is now a series on HBO.
You just leave the time traveler's wife alone.
Well, I
Eric
can't-
Bana was the perfect time traveler.
I
You don't-
can't do anything to her.
This is a story of a man who inadvertently
He can't control it.
he can't control when he
just
time
time
travels.
travels.
Yeah.
But he falls in love, and then he sees her in different points of her life, and sometimes she remembers him, and sometimes she doesn't. Shut up! Why are you groaning?
Who was the wife?
Rachel
McAdams.
McAdams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Neither of them in the series, I'm guessing.
No.
I don't know how you stretch out this concept over a series.
Neither do I. It's only 6 episodes, but
I mean, that sounds
after
to me
that-
like a movie or a book, and that's it. But
yes. Well, there it is.
Yeah. All right.
And yeah, that's it for now. The new content shifter is about it's about 9 shows that we've talked about here that you might have missed over the past 3 months or so, such like Severance.
Severance, I finally finished it.
Yes.
I keep meaning to watch it. I haven't gotten to
That's,
it yet.
oh, it was so good.
Yeah. That and the new Outer Range on Prime Video. Very weird show.
The Thanos hole.
Yeah.
I can't. I've been watching that, and I'm kind of like, do I really want to stick with this? Is this like another Lost? Is it just going to meander around and never make any sense?
I don't think I would count on it having a second season.
Really?
I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a second season show.
You got a feeling it's a one and done?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Bill Frost. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, a friend of the program says, I've been stopped in front of Lagoon. I could have walked from the Cannibal to Wicked and back in less time than I've been sitting here staring at them. Someone else says, also says, I'm sitting in the doctor's office waiting for the doctor to arrive. The doctor is stuck.
Stuck in the traffic, yeah.
It is a mess and continues to be. Centerville Police Department is saying, please don't try to drive from Centerville to Salt Lake, because anywhere you go, not just I-15, but Legacy is a mess too. All of the secondary roads. This is due to a down power line that happened way earlier this morning. And I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. It is still just red from... from almost Syracuse all the way through to Bountiful almost. So just don't, I guess is the advice. If you are stuck in that and have a humorous story about why you're stuck there or what you're supposed to be doing and you're not going to get to, you can text us 33986.
All right. Thank you. We will take a break. Right after this, it's Beat Gina. You could win. What do we have to give away?
Oh, how about, believe it or not, we have Roger Waters tickets.
The hell?
Yeah.
Huh?
Roger Waters is coming to Vivint Arena on September 8th, and we have tickets.
We have tickets to see Roger Waters to give away. Well, you'll want to win them. Tell you what, I'll find all the hard Beat Gina trivia questions.
Oh, and Carrie, you can't play. You can't win these. I know you'd like.
Listen, always a good show. Always a good show. But 877-602-9696. It's potpourri, all the leftover questions coming up. And I'm going to make them hard because you got to earn the Roger Waters tickets, I think. Coming up for Beat Gina right after these. 877-602-9696.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hill show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh.
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
Baked
it's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an...
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury-rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or
it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was I'm no longer employed. Yeah. And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or implementation.
What is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay. And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
in England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just
Delicious.
devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
It's the Utah Word of the Day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994. Okay. Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah?
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild, I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail, and I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel. They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. It was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway.
And now, if you need a break from bleeding the beast, then this is the game for you. It's Beat Gina, a game made especially for you and your wives. So won't you join us now? Let's all put our hands together for the one true host of radio game shows.
Oh, I like that.
He's the patriarch of trivia lovers everywhere, the immaculate, the one, Kerry Jackson.
Immaculate.
Thank you, Johnny Ola. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, we will let the computer interface decide who the contestant will be. Oh, look, it comes up Kenny. Hi, Kenny.
Hi, Kenny.
Good morning, everybody.
Kenny. All right, Kenny. You are our contestant today. We're gonna toss a coin real quick to determine who goes first. We'll tell you about the prizes and everything in just a second. Heads or tails?
Tails, please.
Tails. Coin toss app says heads. Oh, that means Gina
I'm
goes
winning
first.
already.
She's already ahead.
Already.
All right, Kenny. How we play this game is that we're gonna give trivia questions. It's multiple choice trivia questions, potpourri today because I have leftover questions from the weeks before. And if you win the prize, you get Roger Waters tickets coming to Salt Lake.
Vivint Arena on September 8th.
Wow.
Perfect.
And this is a great prize. Now, if Gina beats you, what are you prepared to do for her in her name?
Oh, my goodness. So any choice of Trader Joe's cookies that she would want.
Oh, well, not for me. Give them to somebody. I want you to do something.
Give them to Johnny Ola.
Nice for somebody
Very
else.
good. Yes.
We'll get them to Johnny.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Okay, then.
Will do.
Gina, this is the first question for you. We have, like I said, leftover questions from all of the week's past games. And this is your to answer exclusively. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'm going to give it to
Kenny.
I'm Mel Tillis today. Give it to Kenny. And Kenny gets a chance to steal the point away. Then we'll go back and forth until one of you have 3 points. All right, here we go. First leftover question from the pile. Ooh, Avengers trivia from weeks ago.
Okay.
All right. Gina, what type of doctor is Dr. Stephen Strange?
Okay.
What type of doctor was he? A neurosurgeon, B, a proctologist, C, a trauma surgeon, or D, a homeopath?
I believe it's A.
Neurosurgeon. Oh. Delicate work.
That
Kenny.
is correct. 1-0. Kenny, now you control the question.
Kenny, let's continue with the Avengers theme, shall we?
Let's do it.
What elective class did Thor take on Asgard? It was an elective class he took on Asgard. Was it A, Hammer Making 101, B, Mead Brewing 101, C, Animal Husbandry, or D, How to Speak Groot?
My goodness, I'm going to guess on A. Hammer.
You think hammer making? Well, I'm
Yeah.
afraid.
Gina has a chance to steal and a commanding lead of 2-0
I'll
if she
say.
gets this.
Was it mead making?
Mead brewing?
No.
Incorrect.
Oh.
It's in the movie How to Speak Groot.
I did.
It was an elective class,
That
yes.
sounds like a made-up
Which is
thing.
why he can understand Groot.
Well,
It's-
all right. It's
there.
1-0. Gina's favor, and Gina, I believe, controls the question.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see. Let's get something that Gina might not know to give Kenny a chance here. Okay, here we go. Give Kenny a chance. Jack Nicholson trivia.
Okay.
Leftover Jack Nicholson trivia. What kind of car has Jack owned for 30 years, claiming it to be the best touring car of all time?
Okay.
Is it A, an AMC Gremlin, B, a Saturn L200, C, a Mercedes-Benz 600, or D, a Chrysler PT Cruiser convertible?
It should be C. I don't know if it is, but it should be.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
That's your answer?
Yes.
That is
Okay,
correct.
good.
I was trying to
All
help
right.
you.
It's 2-0. Kenny now controls the question. A chance to climb back into the game.
All right, Kenny, let's go through
Any
here.
Pink Floyd questions would be helpful.
I
Any
have no Pink Floyd questions. I'm sorry. All right, how about X-Men trivia?
Let's do it.
Kenny.
We'll try that.
Which is not one of Wolverine's powers? One of these is not
Okay.
one of Wolverine's powers. Is it A, sensory powers, B, the power of the claws,
Mm-hmm.
C, power to heal,
Mm-hmm.
or D, the power to eat 50 eggs?
It's the eggs.
Eggs is
Give
correct.
him. That's not even a good question.
That's why it's a leftover question.
Gina, you have a commanding lead,
Okay,
and you
all right,
control the
all right.
question. Quit your bitching.
All right.
All right, let's see. Let's see. More X-Men trivia.
Okay.
All right. Days of Future Past was the first X-Men movie to what?
Okay.
A, answer the questions about the meaning of life.
Okay.
B, feature Patrick Stewart in a blonde wig.
Okay.
C, be nominated for an Oscar. Or D, make more money than X2.
I don't know. Money.
Make more money
Make
than
more
X2?
money.
That's your answer?
Yes. Oh.
Correct.
Kenny, it's a chance to tie the game here. Kenny?
Yep, I'm still here. Would you mind repeating the question or repeating the answer?
Days of Future Past is the first X-Men movie to what? A, answer the questions about the meaning of life. B, feature Patrick Stewart in a blonde wig. Or C, be nominated for an Oscar.
I'm going to go with A.
Answer the questions about the meaning of life?
Oh.
You want to be here all day, don't you, Kenny?
Oh, my.
Well, at least the people sitting in that traffic jam are
That's true.
yelling at the radios right now. Where are we at, Johnny? I'm
Well,
lost.
I believe Kenny controls the question.
Kenny
It's
controls
2-1.
All right,
Gina's
Kenny,
favor.
damn it.
Try it up.
All right, more X-Men trivia. All right, more X-Men trivia. When Mystique stages the rescue of the mutants at the Vietnam War base, she does so in the guise of a colonel. What name does she choose? Oh, God, we're going to be here all day. Is it A? I shouldn't have picked this one. Is it A, Sanders, B, Mustard, C, Potter, or D, Clink?
D, Clink.
No.
For God's sakes, Kenny.
It's A.
All right, Gina, steal it, and you can win.
Gina says A. She did it.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
Kenny,
for God's sake.
I don't even deserve to see Roger Waters.
You don't.
That's right. Hang up on him.
I'm taking the tickets from you.
You know, Carrie, you can't. Carrie can't.
I can't have
No.
them. No.
That's the only reason we're going to go ahead and give them to you, Kenny.
Is
Ken-
because I'm an employee, and yeah, as an employee of Broadway. Damn it, Kenny.
You'll get an autographed copy of the Hitchhiker's Guide or whatever this album was for
Could we please put Kenny on hold? I can't stand to listen to
Let's
this
put
any
Kenny on
longer.
hold. We'll get your information. Hang on. All right. Johnny, you better leave.
I'm going to go find Kenny.
Okay. Big boy news and opinioendo now brought to you by
Homey is the new way to buy and sell a home without paying crazy high 6% commissions. It's the way real estate should be. Go to homey.com. Homey has your back.
Thank you.
People were concerned about Elon Musk after he wrote a chilling post on Twitter about dying under mysterious circumstances.
I was not concerned because he's crazy.
People took the comment section to address the world's richest man's concerning post. No, you will not die. The world needs you to reform, one said in comments. Why would you even play like that? Another worried fan says. This came just minutes after Musk had fired off a couple of tweets, apparently receiving a chilling message in the Russian media. The word Nazi doesn't seem to mean what he thinks it does, Musk said, and attached what appeared to be a translation from a Russian media outlet from the testimony of the captured commander of and then he goes on and on and on. And he's making less and less sense.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on there. It could be that he is in trouble mentally.
Well,
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
And also rich people are in a bubble. Are in the real world, and that bubble becomes kind of strange. And
he now Tesla, just on another side note, Tesla has said that if the Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade, Tesla will provide free transportation to women who need to travel elsewhere to receive abortion services. So, Drake, he bet on a UFC fight, not just a little bet either. He lost $427,000 on a UFC bout Saturday night. He showed off his betting slip before the fight between Charles Oliveira and Justin Gaethje. One that would have netted him about $1 million had Gaethje won the UFC fight, but no, it didn't, and Drake is out a lot of money. But I guess he can afford $427,000.
Probably.
Yeah. The Biden administration is urging Congress to continue COVID-19 funding. Also on top of the agenda, the White House's agenda, is more aid for Ukraine. President Biden announced last Thursday, that the U.S. will send an additional $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine as the Russian invasion soon enters its third month. And the Biden administration says we still need COVID funding. And Congress has been saying, we think we may not pass any more federal assistance. The Biden administration had requested $22.5 billion in relief funding last month, but Congress is balking at that. So we'll see where that goes. A man died on Saturday. Another person, a cyclist, hit by a front-runner train. Was riding his bike across the tracks. Shortly before 7:30, a man delivering pizza on an e-bike, an electronic bike, went around the gate near 4500 South. The arm was down. According to Utah Transit Authority spokesman Carl Arkey, he waited until a northbound Union Pacific train had fully passed, but didn't realize that a train was coming from the other direction. He began riding across the tracks, was hit by the southbound front-runner train. He was identified as 20-year-old Eric Lynch. The train crossing arms are down for a reason. Our son, Kyle Brown, participated in the Ironman this past weekend down in St. George. And there's a interesting or well done story about it in the Salt Lake Tribune today. Kyle had a rough time of it. The swimming part was particularly hard for him, as he knew it would be.
Mm-hmm.
He was. They have people in the water monitoring swimmers who may be in trouble. People in kayaks, and they pulled up next to him and said, "Listen, you really better quit." He kept cramping up, and
the cold, I guess, is really difficult.
The cold was getting him, and plus he's suffering from ALS.
Well, there's that.
They said, we're going to have to bring you in. He said, do I have any other options? The official said, well, you can keep swimming, but you have to do that right now. And so
you have to do it by a certain amount of time.
Yeah, and so he did. But that was pretty much the end of it.
And they told him, they said, there's no shame. We've pulled 100 people out of here already today that don't have ALS. But and the other, and maybe we'll hear more from Kyle when he checks in. But there were some other interesting developments after they pulled him out. So hopefully we'll hear more about that maybe tomorrow.
All right, I guess we're out of time. I was going to give you the Fountain of Youth, Gina.
You going to hold out on me with
we got until 10.
Fountain of Youth. I want you to know about this.
All right,
so
coming up. Sports weather traffic.
Kentucky Derby. We talked about it with very important sports earlier this morning, but crazy finish for Kentucky Derby with a horse that the last-minute addition, Rich Strike.
Lots of unhappy bettors.
Lots of unhappy bettors. Went on to win the whole thing in spectacular fashion. Now, you were wondering about the horses I gave you.
Yes.
Bill Tawny Port came in 7th.
Okay, that's good.
Happy Jack, Carrie, came in 14th.
Ugh.
And Tis the Bomb for Katie was 9th. So
nobody finished in the money.
No. I'm sorry to say. That's your sports. Weather, Bill said it was looking kind of nasty by his house, but it's blue sky downtown. Some people might still be seeing even a little bit of snow this morning. It's very cold. Only going to get up to 52 for a high today. Pretty cold overnight tonight, too. We could be at freezing overnight tonight again. Then we start creeping back up into the mid-60s and 70s by midweek. So that's good news.
Yes.
It's not good news is still... I just refreshed the UDOT cameras. It is still mostly at a standstill, all the way from Syracuse down into almost Bountiful, I-15 southbound and Legacy Parkway, and the other streets feeding into that. It's a mess. Centerville Police Department is asking you to please maybe consider working from home today, or at least waiting till much later to try to head into downtown Salt Lake. This is due to an earlier down power line in that area. It was even affecting Front Runner. Let me refresh that and see if there's any updates there, because there were big slowdowns there as well. Let's see, about 15 minutes ago, they were saying expect delays of 20 to 25 minutes southbound Lehigh at American Fork, 30 to 35 minutes southbound at Orem, 15 to 20 minutes South Jordan to Draper. So still some slowages on Front Runner as well. Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure tour in the hidden wonders of the natural world. Into America's 3D is some of the most beautiful untamed landscapes in America. Opening, it's open now, actually. I'm sorry. Memorial Day weekend, Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
All right, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back with Geek News. Got some Doctor Strange news for you coming up. And then at just after 9 o'clock, it's Frank Christ presents They're Fine, Just Fine, where you could win, we'll tell you what you can win.
we have prizes.
Prizes for you to win coming up. Stand by.
The music starts at 7.
See what I got here?
Well,
No,
it
'cause
keeps
you have
appearing
your-
and disappearing because of your filter.
Can't
If you
do
hold
it.
it up, there you go. Hold it in front of your face. Is it a
Gin
plane?
soaked raisins.
Oh, I thought it was a brain inside of a jar.
No, gin soaked. So remember that story last week?
Mm-hmm.
105-year-old woman.
Yes.
She ate 9 gin-soaked raisins a day.
So this is your health plan? This is your.
I haven't tried them. And they specifically, they were golden raisins.
Of course.
So I bought some golden raisins, and I put them in this and then covered them with gin. They've swollen up quite a bit.
They're swole with gin.
I haven't dared try them, though.
Swole with gin.
So am I, as a matter of fact. If they,
I like that this is your new health plan. This is
smells ginny.
Mm-hmm.
Should I try one? Let me
You're
see.
frozen.
Your
though.
picture froze, but
yeah.
I'll have to take your word for it.
It says looks. Oh, there, I'm back. So let me just try one. See. No, you're not. I'm not back. Well, I'm back as far as I'm.
There you are. Now you've frozen again.
Okay, let me just try one of these.
Okay.
Maybe this is the universe telling me, "Don't do it." One.
And gin-soaked raisin.
One gin-soaked
Yeah.
raisin.
I wonder how she came to 9.
I don't know.
Do you think she experimented for a while, and she went all the way to 10 and went, nope, 10 is too many. The 9 is the right amount of gin soaked.
It's pretty nasty, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's
even
not.
Even with the sweet golden raisins?
Yeah, they aren't sweet anymore.
Yeah.
No, I just ate some of the raisins on my cereal yesterday, and they're quite sweet. But yeah, no, they're not sweet anymore.
I just Googled gin soaked raisins.
Yeah.
There's all gin soaked raisins for arthritis. Gin soaked raisins recipe. Now, Bill, maybe there's a recipe. You didn't follow a recipe.
No, I just poured gin over them. Cheap gin.
Let me see.
Is there something you're supposed to be doing
see
to
what
them
the recipe
besides that?
is.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding. Am I back?
Oh,
Well, while Gina searches this, let me remind you, a quick reminder, that Red Roofing Ogden Homeless Drive ends today at 4. Giving all their stuff to Lantern House. You can drop donations at 2772 H Avenue in Ogden. Thank you, Roman.
Now, here's the recipe for gin soaked raisins.
All right.
You need 2 cups golden raisins,
What? Okay.
1.5 cups gin.
Okay, to cover them.
Put raisins in jar or container and cover with gin. Let soak for 1 to 3 weeks.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
part of the problem.
You gotta let them sit longer.
Keep in a cool, dark place, then eat 9 a day. This recipe says have
I don't know.
9
I'm
a
having
day.
I'm having flashbacks of turmeric and pepper. You know.
I mean, yeah, probably. But Bill, I think you didn't let them soak long enough. I think you need to.
I just ate one. I'll leave them in the jar and leave them in the refrigerator here.
Till next week.
Yeah.
Well, 1 to 3 weeks. Do we want to go longer?
That's
Probably
what it
want to
says.
go longer.
1 to 3
yeah.
weeks.
Well, I won't. I'll wait till next Monday and try them again.
Okay.
And I like gin. Cheap gin. I like
There's
cheap
all
gin.
what are gin soaked raisins good for? How long does it take for gin soaked raisins to work to cure arthritis?
Now, are you supposed to eat them or like put them in your ears or something?
Cure arthritis.
It's going
I
to
like
cure
the way
your
they put that.
arthritis.
I'm
too,
sure it
Bill.
will.
Cures it. Yeah. God, I hate the internet sometimes. Well,
What, Carrie? There's all these.
most of the time, actually.
Do gin soaked raisins really work?
No. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Carrie,
listen,
how do you know so
That was a
fast?
burp. That was a burp. is what
listen,
that was.
a 105-year-old woman. She's been doing it all her life.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe
That's all it takes.
That's yep.
Is one 105-year-old woman. That's
all it takes for me.
takes. I smoked a cigar every day of my life, said a 105-year-old woman. Yep, there you go. That's all it takes.
Mhm. Yep.
Geek News on the radio now brought to you by
Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple. Adults only.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is These Kids Today. Well, it's all about Doctor Strange. Did you watch Saturday Night Live?
I watched little bits of it. Yeah, little.
He was, he's hosted before, Benedict Cumberbatch, and he was quite good. I really liked that first Arcade Fire song.
Yeah,
it was quite good. But he was there promoting Multiverse of Madness as though he needed to appear on Saturday Night Live to promote it because that's all anybody was watching over the weekend, according to a Deadline. $450 million global debut.
Wow.
This is Doctor Strange we're talking about. I want you to think about that.
Yeah,
it's pretty
is it
weird.
Because it's Benedict Cumberbatch? Is that why? Or
I don't know. Is he that big of a draw? Did anybody see his other movies? This is Doctor Strange we're talking about.
I think he brings a certain gravitas and prestige to a role. If it was an unknown person in that role, no matter how good it was, I don't think it would have had that much impact.
Like I said, if you'd have told 18-year-old Carrie that people are lining up in droves to see a Doctor Strange movie, I would have said you're a liar. It's 185 million. The other 265 million came from 49 other international markets. Korea, they love Doctor Strange in Korea. It is the highest earner. Just amazing. Now, let's see. I'm looking at these numbers here. It is the second biggest global start for a Hollywood film in the pandemic era, behind its immediate MCU predecessor, Spider-Man: No Way Home. In addition to having the 11th biggest opening of all time, it's now the 4th biggest global start for an MCU film, behind Endgame, Infinity War, and Spider-Man: No Way Home. That's how big this movie is. Now, the other big talk about this movie this weekend was it's too scary.
Now,
they say the Sam Raimi stuff. That's what they say.
This isn't for little kids.
I said this on Friday when Means was reviewing it, and I kept getting messages from, some kids can handle it. I'm like,
know your kids, I guess.
Know your kid.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of reports of kids crying and being taken out by their parents at the theater because it was scary. I would just say to them this: kid, you got scared by a Sam Raimi film when you were 10 years old or whatever it is. You're going to grow up to be really cool. Try to look at it that way, because it happened to us.
Yeah.
All right? It happened to us. We got scared by a Sam Raimi film when we were kids.
And we're fine.
And we're all right. You're going to be all right. But there was a big discussion about it should have been rated R. It should have been rated R. And I'm like, no. Go back and look at the history of the PG-13 rating and movies that were just rated PG before the PG-13 rating that should have gotten some other different rating besides just PG. There's a whole history of it. It involves the movies Gremlins and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Very scary.
Go look at your histories. Let's see. So I watched. I loved it. Of course, I'm in already. Strange New Worlds, Star Trek: Strange New Worlds.
Oh, I saw it too. It's great,
isn't it?
Yes,
I loved it.
This is your captain.
This is Captain Pike. Yeah. He's the captain of the Enterprise before Captain Kirk, and they've just taken the classic Enterprise and they've made it look pretty and dolled it up and made the tech look believable and
instead of cardboard sets, it's
exactly.
Yeah.
And so I totally enjoyed it and just had a great time with it. Of course, I'm already in the bag, but today Paramount Plus is apologizing to folks in the UK and Ireland. They have good news and bad news. The good news is that we have a launch date for Paramount Plus in the UK and Ireland. The bad news is it's nowhere near in time for you to keep up on Star Trek: Strange New Worlds.
That seems bad timing.
Well, they were just having launching issues.
Okay.
But the thing is that just means that, you know, they're going to be like 7 episodes in before it premieres there.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, with the internet the way it is.
Okay.
Spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm happy that the UK and Ireland have health care, but hey, we got Star Trek, okay? Suck on that, why don't you? Quantum Leap.
What? No.
Why no? Give it a minute. Show me what you got,
terrible.
right?
It is a...
They're going to make it good this time.
maybe. It is a direct sequel to the original series. However, Scott Dracula will not be in it.
He's still alive.
He is still alive,
sort of,
but he's busy doing another show.
Oh.
And he is the executive producer of this, one of the executive producers. But they said that, you know, and of course he'll be talked about because, you know, that was the finale, was that he got lost in space or whatever it was. But this is a rebooting of Quantum Leap, and it's coming. It's been ordered 2 seasons. It's been ordered a full season.
Do we know who's in it?
Well, yeah, a lot of unknowns mostly. Let's see. It says, the end of the 5th season, Dracula's time-traveling lead, Dr. Sam Beckett, learned that his quest to travel through time and right various injustices throughout history, saw the secret ending. In the reboot, a new team led by Raymond Lees, Dr. Ben Sung, has been put together in the hopes of uncovering the secrets of Beckett and his Quantum Leap accelerator. And joining Lee in the series, Caitlin Bassett, Mason Alexander Park, Ernie Hudson, you've heard of him?
I know him.
And Narissa Lee. So
Dean Stockwell's not there, I guess.
No.
He's kind of dead.
He's
kind of dead.
Although you could do that for Frank Christ Presents. You know, which one of these?
Yeah.
But anyway, it'll be sometime this fall is when that will be coming to us. So if you're a fan of the Quantum Leap, of course, there's a new one with Fred Savage called Quantum Creep. That's traffic.
If you're up north and trying to come south, just don't.
Just stay up there.
We don't want your kind down here.
Friend of the program says, slowing all the way to Layton now, unless it's unrelated to earlier. I don't even know. It could go all the way up to Layton. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras right now. We are still just frozen. Syracuse to Bountiful, almost southbound. And that's I-15 and Legacy, both seeing those issues. This is due to an earlier down power line. Centerville Police Department is saying, please work from home today. Just don't even try to come to Salt Lake.
Boss, a cop said I should stay home.
All lanes are now open, though, northbound US 40 near River Road, but delays stretch back to Heber City. This was due to icy conditions, actually. Allow 30 minutes to get through that stretch of highway. If you're stuck and want to chat, you can text us 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We've got a song, and then Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine.
This is for,
what's the prize?
Let's see, Bagger Racing Series at Utah Motorsports Campus, May 13th and 14th. This is road racing, stunt shows, vendors, more. It's a big happening out there at Utah Motorsports Campus.
Sounds like a big deal. So we'll have those tickets for you with Frank Christ. They're fine. They're just fine.
I don't know if you want to know what I've been thinking lately.
What?
Wade, our attorney friend Wade was in here the other day.
Wade Taylor?
Wade Taylor. And he brought something for Carrie, and then he brought a gift for me and a gift for Gina. And it was our end-of-life directive papers. And which I don't think I even asked him for, but he thought he was, he thought it would be.
It's something people don't think to do, but they should do.
And so I was filling those out, and they're kind of and it just says, it's basically,
what are your wishes?
Here's what I want you to do if I'm on my deathbed.
Mhm.
Don't take any extraordinary measures. And then,
Yeah.
But then it made me think. So I've said for a long time, well, I want to be cremated when I die, and I don't know what your wishes are or your wishes are, Carrie.
I think it's cremated. It's up to Sue.
Yeah,
really.
Well, but then I thought, well, I want to be cremated, and then I thought, well, then I thought, well, so my brother, he was cremated when those were his wishes. My mother was not happy with that, really,
but she did it anyway.
But we knew that was my brother's wishes, and so he was cremated. And then I thought, but that was still, boy, the funeral, and that's also expensive, and even if you're cremated, it's expensive. And then I thought, oh wait, though, my wife's brother, when he died, was cremated, but he not right away, because he donated his body to the University of Washington in Seattle.
Oh, really?
So he wasn't cremated right away. When they were done with it, they
take care of it.
They cremated him, and they give the ashes to, and there was no funeral expense. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna donate my body to the University of Utah Medical School.
That's a great idea.
And so I've been looking into it, and our friend Jennifer Nozawa, some time ago, she works at the School of Social Work, I believe, at the U. She's there, and she sent me all the forms and all of that stuff,
all the stuff you need, huh?
and it's amazing. So if you live within 50 miles of the University of Utah, first you fill out the forms and you give them to them. And my father-in-law, by the way, who just died, he had also filled out all of these forms.
Oh, really?
And this is what happened. So he donated his body as well to the university. So if you live within 50 miles, they come and pick up your body for free. If you live without the 50 miles, then your family will have to pay for transportation costs to the U. But I live like 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
I'm close.
Your family could walk you up to the U.
As a matter of fact, my wife would say, hey, don't worry about it. We'll just throw him in the car and run him up.
Yeah, get out the wheelbarrow.
Yeah. So
wheel him up.
And then, really, that's it. There is no cost associated with any of this.
As there shouldn't be.
Yeah,
You're donating your...
Yeah. And then they will keep your body for as long as it is useful to medical students.
To study.
For whatever. So it might be a year. It might be as long as 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then they cremate you and they return. If you don't want the remains, fine. They put them in a memorial wall. There's a memorial someplace. There's a whole thing of body donation facts and figures. Average number of bodies donated to the U every year, 40. The number of bodies donated per year since the 1980s.
40.
Yeah, per year. That's a pretty high number, seems to me. In 2017, 244 bodies were donated to the University of Utah. There are 400 right now in use by the program.
Wow, 400?
Yeah. The length of time a donor body will be used. It says anywhere from 3 months to 2 years.
2 years sounds like...
Yeah, there's a lot there. Amount donors save on funeral and mortuary expenses by donating $1,000 to $10,000. Who can donate and how? The U accepts a wide range of bodies from throughout the Intermountain West. The donor or their surviving family must fill out a bequeathal form and return it to the U. Who can't donate? They don't accept infants or small children because of a lack of research funding for those age groups. Donors can't have any communicable diseases such as HIV or tuberculosis. Any donors who have had major surgery within 2 months of death or who have been in a traumatic accident cannot be.
Yeah, things have to be mostly intact.
Yeah, but my father-in-law was really very old. But I thought, well, are they going to take him? Because he's everything's shutting down.
So how old do you have to be?
You're 18.
18?
Yeah, it does. And they say, like you can't behind her back, you can't donate your wife's body. You can't.
she has to agree.
Yeah,
with it.
yeah.
I don't want to pay for her funeral.
Yeah, you got to have the.
Now, Bill,
Mhm.
you, if you were donating your body to the University of Utah, that's a local.
Guess that.
It,
Hey, I wonder if it's a tax write-off.
Well, no, I just mean there will be people that might recognize you.
Yeah.
Here's what I need you to do
I'm
now.
sure.
Here's what I need you to do now. You need to get a new tattoo right here that says, "Don't you know who I am?"
That's a great idea. That I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it just right over my left or right.
Yeah, just right there where the Izod thing would be on
Just
your
as
shirt.
a joke.
Don't you know who I
The
am?
The final joke.
Yeah, doesn't have to be that big. Just
Yeah.
you know.
Just I think I'll do with the X96 logo.
Sure. Well,
Or
Radio from Hell logo.
Yeah. Or do you want to go that far? Tip your hand.
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Carrie, should we give a prize to the person that notices it?
Well, that's going to assume you guys are still working.
The medical student that notices.
So we have like an email address next to it. That says,
yeah, to claim your prize.
To claim your prize.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, why not?
So let's not have the logo on there. It should just say, "Don't you know who I am?" to claim your prize. Email. And then we'll get like a Gmail account or something.
Yeah. Now let me check. I don't want this to queer the deal.
Oh.
I want to check, to make sure that this little inside joke isn't,
Yeah, it should be, "Don't you know who I was?"
No, well, yeah.
Well, no, you could still am. Am still,
yeah, just
am
the
still
quote.
works. Yeah.
Yeah. Just the quote, "as he was in life." That's my ex-wife always said she couldn't stand the thought of donating her body to science because she couldn't stand the thought of these medical students, looking at her and making jokes and, like taking her hand and going, hi.
How's your hearty handshake now, Bill?
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
No, I
said, "What do you care? You're dead."
Yeah. Take whatever you need of me.
Mhm.
I have no need of it anymore.
Well, do you have any thought of doing that?
I have. My thing has always been whatever my kids want to do with me is fine. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to them.
But you have to you should make your wishes known so they don't have to struggle over it.
I know. Yeah.
So you should put that in writing.
Because I don't. I really don't. I mean, I don't want them to argue about it.
Because one of them might have one idea,
I
the other
know.
would have another idea.
So-
No,
That's
I
true.
think Mom would want this. No, but I think we should do that. You should say what you want.
That's true. Because what I want, I don't care. But maybe in the interest of not having a fight after I'm gone, I should.
You should say, "Please take my ashes to a Robert Plant concert."
Organ. Spell it with me now. O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are then, our two Utah men, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his disreputable friend LeVar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, LeGrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years
Well,
back.
I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick kicking
Yeah.
off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, LeVar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant. He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest there.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, LeVar, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs, got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected.
Yes. Yes, a chill has overcome us all as the celebrity Grim Reaper Frank Christ has entered the studio.
Oh.
Frank.
Yes?
Frank, are you all right?
I had a big weekend.
Well, you took Mickey Gilly. I saw that.
That was pretty easy, but I was chasing Pat Boone. And it just,
We're here with Frank Christ, our celebrity Grim Reaper, to play a game that we call Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, they're fine. They're just fine. It's, well, let's get a contestant on the phone and then we'll explain
All
the
right,
game.
well, let's see. You're going to speak with James.
James, is it?
Here, yes.
Hey.
Hi, James. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You feel that chill in the air? That's Frank. He can.
James has nothing to worry about.
He's not famous. He's okay.
Are you well, James? You're not sick or anything, are you?
No. Yeah, I'm just fine.
Okay.
He's just fine.
Well, it's not me he has to fear.
There's another guy.
I have a whole office.
Now, James, here's how we play the game. I'm going to read you a list of names, and you have to tell me which one Frank has taken, which one he has taken away. The other ones, Frank, the other ones are what?
They're fine. They're just fine.
Right.
I've never met them.
Now, if you correctly guess who is no longer with us, you have your choice of tickets. I'm going to give you both of these to choose from. One is the Bagger Racing Series at Utah Motorsports Campus, May 13th through the 14th. 6 high-speed, high-stakes road racing classes, including all-new Cobra AT Unlimited, stunt shows, vendors, and more. Or you could get tickets to the Utah Arts Festival happening at Library Square in downtown Salt Lake this June 23rd through the 26th.
All right, James. Do you know which one you want?
Oh, yeah, I'm going for the Bagger Racing.
Okay. All right.
All right.
All right, James, here we go. I'm going to read you 4 names. You have to tell me which one of these people Frank has taken. These are all stars of the TV show Deadwood, which debuted on HBO in 2004 and ran for 3 seasons. All right? Number 1, or A, the actor is Ian McShane, who played Al Swearingen. B is Molly Parker, who played Alma Garrett. C is Powers Booth, who played Cy Tolliver. And D is Gerald McRaney, who played George Hurst. One of those has gone. The 3 others are what, Frank?
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine.
Do you know which one has been taken?
C.
C? Powers Booth?
Wow.
You're absolutely correct, yes.
You got that one quickly.
Powers Booth died in 2017 at the age of 68. He has gone But Ian McShane, Molly Parker, and Gerald McRaney
Oh,
are.
they're fine. They're just fine. Major Dad is fine.
Major.
So there you go, James. You've won the Bagger Race Series tickets, and congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you.
We'll put you on hold and we'll get back to you.
All right. Frank?
Yes?
I want you to leave Ian McShane alone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's down on my list. He's way low on my list.
All right.
Believe me.
He's too ornery to take.
That's true. He's just right below Ozzy Osbourne.
All right, I can't say it's been a pleasure, but we'll see you again.
Bye-bye. Okay, let's see. Coming up after these, we do have big boy news and a Pinuendo for you.
Mm-hmm.
So stand by for that.
I hope you know that this will go down.
I have a 7-year-old, so
Exactly.
who's starting competition soccer.
Say goodbye to the rest of your weekends
Well,
for the rest of your life.
That's what I'm saying. It all starts tomorrow. They have a tournament tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They have a game at 11. No, they have a game at 2. They have a game at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Friday they have a game at 11, and we're going to be up at Snowbird. So somehow I have to get from Snowbird to. This is going to be. This is my life. Now.
I would suggest using your car. That would be. I think you would use your car.
Let me ask you a question. Was it his idea to play
Yes.
soccer?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because that's when you need to have the talk with him and say, look, okay, I understand you want to play soccer,
Yeah.
but guess what? Mommy is saying goodbye to her weekends now because of this.
It's a huge commitment. It's expensive.
Here's what you do.
And it's a huge commitment.
I'm sure if you search around, you know how you have found a person to do almost everything for you. Rather than clean up the dog crap in your yard, you have found a person who will do that for you. Rather than deal with the lice problem yourself, you found the lice lady.
Yeah.
I'll bet you anything there is a person out there who will go to the soccer games for you.
But I like to go to.
Then quit bitching about it.
No, I'm just saying it begins, and Carrie's absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is.
This isn't just you playing soccer here. You need to know this, kid. This is about me taking you, transporting you, and the other two,
And it starts small when they're 7, but pretty soon it's out of state tournaments.
Yeah,
multiple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge,
which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it. Out of state tournaments, really?
Yep.
For 7-year-olds. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's how people catch the bird flu: by close contact with birds or bird droppings. Some people have caught bird flu by cleaning or pluck. Did you pluck any birds?
I
while
didn't
you were on
pluck
vacation?
anything.
There was no plucking going on in the
No.
trailer. I guess it is kind of close quarters, the kids can hear.
There's no plucking in the trailer.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm plucking a chicken.
Your dad and I are plucking a chicken.
Keep plucking that chicken. Is that what they said?
Yeah,
Keep plucking that chicken.
It is also possible that some people were infected after swimming or bathing in water contaminated with the droppings of infected birds, and some. Here it is. You've handled a fighting cock.
That's it.
That was it.
That's it.
You handled a fighting
I have
cock.
to admit, I've handled a fighting.
You had handled a fighting cock. There have been a few cases where one infected person caught the bird flu virus from another person, but it never has happened. It does not happen by eating infected animals.
But I knew it was living amongst. It's not the mosquito bite, but
No.
it's living amongst them.
And it happens a lot in Egypt.
Our attorney,
It does.
our attorney Ed Brass sounds like your DNA dad is Marty Feldman because of your eye drooping and oozing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got another person who is saying, out-of-state tournaments. This is Gina's way of telling you that she'll be taking time off.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Not yet.
This is her way of telling us
This one
now.
is just here.
And then it'll get announced on a Thursday.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
And then she'll say, I told you that this would happen.
her husband can't possibly take the time off to go to the out-of-state tournament.
No.
No.
But you can. Because this job isn't.
He
as
has a real
important.
job.
Yeah, this isn't.
This isn't a real job.
No, not to you. It isn't. And certainly the way we treat.
Why
you.
should it be?
No.
We're going to create a rent-a-mom business. I think this is a great idea
Yeah.
here. All right. It's 9:20 right now, and time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
Well, Ryan Reynolds,
Yes.
you know, the Deadpool,
Mm-hmm.
has released another ad for his alcohol brand, Aviation Gin. It says yet another hilarious ad. I didn't see the first one, so I don't know, but I'll take their word for it. It says this time it co-stars someone named Tammy Reynolds. That's his mom. Aviation American Gin was brought to the market by founders Christian Krolstad and Ryan Magarian in 2006. 12 years later, Ryan Reynolds bought a stake in the company and kept that stake after it was sold for $610 million to Diageo, I think it is.
Diageo.
Diageo, is it? In 2020. With the help of Reynolds' company Maximum Effort Marketing, Aviation Gin has become one of the most high-profile liquors in the world. It seems as though everything he touches is magic.
Because we love Ryan.
Just in time for Mother's Day, Reynolds released an ad for Aviation Gin in which his mother made an appearance, raising a glass to mothers everywhere. They share a recipe for a cocktail called Mother's Ruin Punch. In line with the drink's passive-aggressive title, the clip sees Tammy being overly critical of her son in that oh-so-special motherly way. The accompanying text reads, "You gave us life. Thank you for that. Aviation Gin. Shout out to moms, too. Happy Mother's Day." So you gave us life. Thanks for that, Aviation Gin. Oh, and a shout out to mothers, too. So there you go. Mary Trump has, Donald Trump's.
She's a
niece.
good Trump.
She's the only good one.
It's the only good one I know of, anyway. She has slammed actress Susan Sarandon, calling her, quote, a complete idiot for suggesting it's pointless to vote for the Democratic Party. She is a complete idiot. She doesn't know what she's talking about. And if anybody can say with a straight face that the Democrats are the problem, I don't know what to tell them.
Not helping,
Mary
Susan.
Trump said. Well, Susan has gone off the deep end. She was pretty decent in a couple of movies, Mary Trump said. That was a couple of decades ago. But politically, she's a moron.
Yep.
Sarandon has a long track record of left-wing activism.
Yes.
But has become increasingly critical of the Democrats. In a recent tweet, she accused them of sitting on their hands for the last 2 years and scaring you into voting blue. I cannot even tell you how much it enrages me, Trump said. She's an idiot, but she thinks she's some wise shaman or something. Trump said that Sarandon is a victim of the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias in which people with low ability overestimate their capabilities.
Yikes.
Let's see. And this, I thought you might mention this in Geek News. It's a resurfaced clip from the American Film Institute, and it concerns James Earl Jones
Yes.
and George Lucas. And I guess it's been noted before, but it's still astonishing that James Earl Jones made $7,000 to be the voice of Darth
What?
Vader.
That's
Yeah.
it?
It was a work for hire.
Yeah. Actor.
And not just to be nice later
No.
on, they didn't give him
I was going
any?
to say, now we're talking about the first Star Wars, okay? The very first one.
Actor David Prowse, who died in 2020 at the age of 85, wore the Darth Vader suit, but Lucas didn't envision his natural voice for the now iconic character. George wanted a dark voice, pardon the expression, James Earl Jones said. So he hires a guy born in Mississippi, raised in Michigan, who stutters, and that's the voice. That's me. Jones didn't complain about the paycheck in the interview. In fact, he thought it was pretty funny. He said, I lucked out from all of these so-called handicaps I had for a job that paid $7,000. I thought that was pretty good money, and I got to be a voice on a movie.
Now, tell me that George Lucas didn't...
After that, yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
But this was, after that, he got more, and he got,
a piece of the action.
Piece of the action,
Okay, good.
all that. But
Good.
the first time out, you got to remember, this was an independent film, essentially.
Because picture that character with any other voice. It would not work.
And same thing to think of CNN without that voice. It wouldn't work. A driver who allegedly killed 2 people in a crash while driving drunk in January of 2020 has been charged with manslaughter and is now in jail after police found active warrants in his name during a separate incident. On January 5th, 2020, police said 29-year-old Lincoln Richard Bywater ran a red light while driving a Tesla Model S westbound on North Temple and crashed into a Nissan Sentra. The Nissan driver, later identified as 50-year-old Serena Astorga, died from her injuries 4 days later. She was a mother of 3 and had 12 grandchildren, her family said. The passenger in the Tesla, identified in court only as Jay Lucero, was released from hospital after 5 days, went home, but then died at home from injuries. Over 2 years after the crash, Bywater was charged with 2 felony counts of manslaughter, 1 misdemeanor count of reckless driving. The charging document said he had a blood alcohol level of 0.20%, 4 times the legal limit. He's been able to escape, get away without any prosecution until finally now. He wasn't arrested at the time he was charged, but a summons was issued to appear in court, and he didn't. So it's finally 2 years later, they're finally getting a hold of him, and some action is being taken against him. Listen, if you want to go to North Korea, you want to think better of it because they don't allow you to wear tight jeans there anymore.
You don't want to go to North Korea.
Well, but if you did, you wouldn't be able to wear your tight jeans.
Don't wear tight jeans.
And just any kind of tight jeans.
Does it make your leader feel bad?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. North Korea has ramped up its crackdown on capitalist fashion. That includes anything from dyed hair to waist-long hair and tight jeans.
Crystal Gale is not welcome?
No. Anyone caught must confess their crime and change into more acceptable clothing.
I'm surprised they don't just issue you your state uniform.
Be looking for these same regulations in Mississippi soon. Carrie, here's a monkey story for you.
Okay.
Oh, no, this is my morsel of murder.
This monkey spotted in 2017. It's a mystery hybrid monkey. It has baffled scientists after the apparent crossbreed was spotted in a Borneo rainforest.
Oh, this is not my morsel. I have a monkey morsel of murder.
Oh, okay. The monkey spotted near the something river in Malaysia, Borneo, appears to be a combination of 2 different species that are actually competing for forest space. The mystery monkey, initially spotted in 2017, and pictures began circulating online of the specimen, but coronavirus has blocked researchers from getting up close and personal, but they analyzed the images and newer ones, and they say that this is a fully formed female monkey, and the monkey has a child of her own, and it is a cross of 2 different monkey breeds, 2 species.
Monkey!
So that's unusual.
It's a mystery
and,
monkey.
And then a story for you, Gina.
Yes.
I told you there was a story about the Fountain of Youth.
I'm ready.
All right. The microbes that populate the human gastrointestinal tract, called the microbiota,
your gutty works,
have profound effects on achieving and maintaining good health. Every day, scientists discover more ways in which the gut microbiota, or gutty works, can improve or harm well-being. Well, there's now evidence that transplanting fecal microbes from younger mice into older mice has been able to reverse age-related adverse changes in some organs. Is it possible that fecal transplant process could reverse aging in humans?
I'll just go ahead and age. Thanks.
The human gut changes with age. Some of these changes adversely affect your metabolism and immunity. They can be associated with age-related disorders, including GI, cardiovascular, neurologic, autoimmune, metabolic diseases. But they think that with the right microbiomes put into your system, well, wouldn't be so. So the way they're talking about doing it is like little capsules. You just swallow a capsule.
You still don't want?
Nope.
And Gina, they'd make it taste like candy.
They'd find a way.
Okay.
All right.
I can't do it.
Weather.
Okay, so it's chilly today. Only going to get up to 52 for a high. Even some people seeing some snow this morning. Cold overnight, could be freezing. And then we start warming up mid-60s to 70s as the week goes on. So that's good news. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snow drip. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's gonna leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever gonna come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh?
Ben? No, not Ben. It's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehi's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehi ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say...
Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi?
Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
That's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC.
Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it's 9:37. Is it time, Gina?
I think so.
I think so.
And now a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
We could even call it a morsel of monkey murder.
Don't you? What makes a morsel?
Just a little taste.
Just a
little-
bit of murder.
Just a little bit of murder.
Okay.
Jaipur, India.
Okay.
A murder trial has had to be postponed under bizarre circumstances
Murder?
after a monkey stole several pieces of key evidence before the trial reached court.
You thieving monkey!
The monkey was able to snatch bits and pieces of evidence in the Indian murder trial with a total of reported 15 missing items, including a knife. During a pretrial hearing, the police had to admit that the evidence packet had been snatched while in transport around the time of the murder. Their confession came in a written note to the court that they had to produce the evidence in the case, and they said, we can't. The monkey took it.
I think you left something out. They referred to him as a cheeky monkey. That cheeky monkey.
Is it in here? Or are you just adding? Oh, you're just adding it.
No, they said that.
Oh, let's see. Police say that the case in question involves the killing of a man whose body was discovered 3 days after his family reported him missing. After his body was found, the family protested by blocking a main road in the region. Under pressure, the officers arrested 2 men 5 days later, and they were charged with murder. Key evidence, including a knife believed to have been used by the suspect to murder the man, collected and placed in an evidence packet awaiting the court date, but the evidence was temporarily kept under a tree due to lack of space.
Monkey! Just keep that out there under the tree, will you?
How much lack of space do you have that you have to keep murder evidence, murder weapons? Just
put that over there. I know it's evidence. Just put that over there.
During this time, police say that the evidence was snatched up by a monkey and fled the scene. None of the evidence recovered since. I don't see anywhere in here that there was. Oh, the headline says cheeky monkey. That's where.
I like the very last line, too.
The public prosecutor in court has apparently expressed its frustration with the Jaipur Rural Police Superintendent, asked to clarify how a monkey could steal evidence. Well, you leave it under a tree.
We've asked them to clarify how a monkey could steal the evidence.
Oh, come on. Yes, have you seen a monkey?
But you wonder, did the murder suspects hire the monkey to steal? Like, could this
hit monkey?
Yeah.
The monkey, the cheeky monkey, was in cahoots with the suspect.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, monkey. I got a dozen bananas here.
All you got to do.
And a rifle.
Make it 2.
And a horse. All of this can be yours. Just got to give me a hand here.
Murder.
They ran out of room, so they put it under a tree.
That's the part that's blowing my mind.
No, that's
Just
what
put
you.
it
That's
over
what
there.
you do.
What is this?
I would,
Mayberry Police Department.
Don't have any room for the evidence. You put it under a tree.
Don't worry, our evidence storage locker's out under that tree. It ain't going nowhere. No, we didn't count on the monkeys.
So, like I said, just a little morsel of murder. That's all.
And monkeys.
And monkeys.
So it was a wonderful combination.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Murder and monkeys.
That's all we got.
Yes, they have opposable thumbs. That's how the monkeys would take it. And you left it out under a tree.
Opposable thumbs are overrated, though.
I don't think they are.
Yes, they are. We had a coworker who proved that.
Oh, Sean Boy?
Yeah.
Sean Boy Walton.
He had no thumbs.
Born without thumbs.
People think we're kidding right now. We're not.
It was a genetic defect.
Yeah.
And it did not slow him down in the slightest.
Nope.
To not have thumbs.
The funniest thing was to watch him shake somebody's hand.
Yep.
Because he'd go to shake their hand and think about it, and their hand would just slide across and go all the way up his arm.
And he loved doing that. It's interesting when you met Sean Boy, and if he didn't say anything about it, and you didn't really notice, except you think, well, that guy's something odd about him.
Might put your thumb on it.
Yeah.
I see what you did.
Now, I remember when his wife was pregnant with his first child, he was all excited to go to the ultrasound. Now, you would think he would be like, I want to make sure my kid has thumbs. No.
No, he was rooting for no thumbs.
He was rooting for no thumbs and was disappointed when he had a thumbed child.
I think didn't his child have one thumb and not another?
I don't remember that.
They had thumbs.
Because I know I remember it was passed down from his mother. His mother was
thumbless mother.
Missing. Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily thumbs. It's just any digit.
I don't know. He's living in California now, and We're not allowed to make phone calls to California.
They're long distance.
It's because of our phone plan here.
He's a school teacher.
Yep.
Well, you can make phone calls to California. There's just not all of us can be heard.
Yeah. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these. Stand by. Right now, Wendy's for breakfast. You still have time for the breakfast version, but if you're hearing this after the breakfast time, because that's when the breakfast biscuit is available, you can get this as a sandwich the rest of the day. I'm talking about the hot honey chicken sandwich. Yes, it's back. You start with the sweet heat of the hot honey sauce, which is exactly as it's described. You can taste it, can't you, when I say hot honey sauce? Drizzled over the signature spicy chicken fillet, and then a healthy portion of savory applewood smoked bacon. And then, yes, there's more. The pepper jack, the melty pepper jack, and then to top it off, this is what makes it special, is the stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips. So you get all the textures, all the flavor happening there. During breakfast time, it's served on one of those Wendy's buttermilk biscuits that you love, but all the rest of the time, it's served on a sandwich bun. So you can go and get it for breakfast, get it for supper. You could eat it 3 times a day. It's the hot honey chicken sandwich or biscuit at breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's. The hot honey chicken biscuit is available only during breakfast hours.
Real love. It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day. And today's word is...
Well, today's word for LeVar and LeGrand to toss around is nominees. Nominees, nominees. This word was suggested by Radio from Hell listener Craig Cripps, who heard the word used by his girlfriend. If you have a word for us to include in these Utah lessons, please email us at radiofromhell@x96.com. And now, they're going to have at it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand and the word nominees.
Hey, LeVar, who you voting for this year? You gonna vote, aren't you? I mean, you better not be thinking of skipping this election. This will be maybe the most important election of our lives. If we don't make the right choice for county assessor this year, we could ruin the fate of the county for years. This is crucial.
Keep your shirt on, buddy. I'm voting. And sure, the assessor is important. But if we don't pick the right person for surveyor, the county could go to hell in a handbasket. I mean, there'd be years of no straight lines anywhere as far as the eye could see. I mean, we'd have crooked roads and buildings that ain't square. But this year, the choice for surveyor is clear.
It is? Well, how come?
The choice is clear because the guy running for surveyor is unopposed. He's the only nominee.
Oh, the only nominee. Well, good hell. I mean, don't people realize how important the office of surveyor is?
You and me does, friend, but most folks don't appreciate straight lines and well-defined boundaries.
Well, okay. But who else you looking at that's been nominated for office? Who are some of the other nominees?
Oh, lots of others, LeGrand. Lots of other candidacial nominees to consider.
Well, I get that, but what I'm looking for is guidance here, LeVar. I don't know who to pick. Where do you find your info on the nominees for public office?
Well, when it comes right down to it, I let the Lord choose my nominees for me. I vote by the power of prayer.
The power of prayer? You mean you ask for divine guidance on the nominees and then you pick somebody based on that?
Sure do. I get myself down in an attitude of prayer and I ask, who should I vote for? And the answer will come to me. I kneel and I ask, who should I pick? And then the name of the nominee appears in my mind, and I mark the spot and vote. Today, I got down and asked for guidance for several of the nominees,
Well,
and
I'll
then
be damned.
I voted.
I'll be damned. And the names of the nominees came to you then?
Yes, they did.
Well, so you're going to vote now? You're going to vote for some of the nominees now?
No, I can't vote right away. What with the praying on my knees, seems I've bruised my knees. They're tender and sore. I would vote today, but I need to rest. Nominees are too painful to get out there.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered 2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I hope they had a cola.
You don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in a car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
On this day,
in 1981, Adam and the Ants
Dance went to number 1 on the UK singles chart with Stand and Deliver. That song enjoyed a 5-week run at number 1.
Well, there you go.
I enjoyed it.
I did too.
I saw him lip sync it on Solid Gold. Ooh! I remember because I had a little black and white TV in my room, and I had a cassette deck that I could record TV off of, and I recorded it. So I always had.
Don't you wish you still had that?
I do. I always had. I can't remember the host. Beautiful woman.
Marilyn McCoo.
Was it Marilyn McCoo? Yeah. And she was. Would you please welcome Adam and the Ants? And then they'd lip sync the song.
Yeah. I was listening to over the weekend an interview with Alexander Skarsgård, who's in that movie, The Northman. Is that what it's called?
One of the 50 Skarsgårds in that movie.
Yeah. And he's apparently very shy. I'd read that somewhere. Well, that really came across in the interview. He is quite retiring and shy. You wouldn't think of that because he's always plays, good looking and forward, action people. But two things he said, and then I know we have to wrap it up, but his dad, Stellan, very well-known actor in Sweden, and he did work with Ingmar Bergman, and he said Ingmar Bergman. So the interviewer said, Ingmar Bergman was around your house, famous film director, and he said, well, yeah, but to me he was just some old dude, and then.
Thanks.
And then when Alexander became famous in Sweden, he was on a TV show, and he was just 20 years old or something, and it made him very famous in Sweden. And the interviewer said, well, what was that like? He said, well, you've got to remember, being famous in Sweden is kind of like being famous in Idaho.
Okay, I can relate.
Yeah.
I'm big in Idaho.
Yeah, he was great. That was a very charming interview. He was really good, really nice.
Oh, that's funny. All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits. You ready?
Yeah, I have to do the middle line. I hate that.
Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, at 7:45, we'll have a letter from our son Kyle, and Jonathan Deasing will be with us for Tuesday Tech Talk.
Of course, there'll be more than all that on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Doing the middle line is just too much responsibility for me, Katie. It's too much.
Bill's already given up by this point in the show.
Yeah, I've given and given. It's just too much. Just let me do the opening line when I just have to say coming up.
Please. All right. I think we've got all business taken care of. Yeah, we're good. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
He gives and he gives and he gives. Just can't give anymore.
All right. Marcy is next.